Mute output. Monitor and output. Oh my gads. Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys see the tear streaking down my cheek? You can join me on the dark side. Kirk, maybe that's what's going on. There it is. There we go. OMG audio. So, quick story. In order for me to monitor the audio, there's two options. Monitor and mute output and monitor and output. I slipped and chose monitor and mute output and tried to fix everything else. The first thing that went wrong is that my Wi-Fi was not set for our Wi-Fi here. It was set for Xfinity Wi-Fi. And if you guys have Xfinity Comcast, you know what I'm talking about. It was only 18 megabits download and like 3 up. Now it's 15 up and 90. What was it? The speed test is closed, but who cares? Let's get on. We're going to have a video feed from this camera on the screen plus another video feed on the screen. So let me set this up right now so that Eric can get in here to the nicely warmed seat from Aaron King. And let's get this going. So I am going to remove that display capture. Oh, I removed the wrong capture. All right, display capture, come back. 0, boom, and bring it small. Bring it small. Sorry guys, this is crazy. Okay, all right. Now you guys are seeing me there and there. Okay, I'm adding a window or a source. We did this on the live feed last, and so a video capture device, add existing, use King's iPhone. What? No way. I've never been able to do that. I love this. I love this. Okay, I don't have to run QuickTime Player anymore. Boom. That's brilliant. And I can even move this out of the way if I go to the right screen. So you'll see Eric Benedetti small, but we're going to see two options of Eric Benedetti. Do you think you'll need to show file menu options while you're doing the processing? You will, right? Yeah. So probably I'll move the cameras down here. That's going to be good. Okay, video source. That's awesome. I just can't believe I found that now. Maybe some good came from this stress crazy moment. But now you see Eric here. And I'm going to turn away from the messiest of the clutter. It's not going to be as great, but it's something. Let's go smaller. 352. Why not? So let's bring Eric down here and overlap this. Okay, let's make this work where... can you turn that light back on? And put the light up higher if you can find that. Ooh. Okay, Eric, when you scoot in and use, you can look right at them in the replay. That's the replay camera, and this is the FaceTime camera. Who wants to actually have a lesson? Yes, tears are good. Bad karma is haunting me. I don't know what I've done recently. I should just fix everything. So now we have people and we have audio. 22 people even. Rob, make sure you go out to the other channel again. I have the name of it, the new link. I have a link in the description. I'm going to email people now. I'm going to let Eric get comfortable and set up for Photoshop. Oh, mamma mia. Okay, I have TK Actions panel, or no, I forgot Nick Collection. You don't need that, right? No. You're not going to pump any weird video audio in there. Okay, so as I mentioned, the chat for that one was closed. That's true. I did see that. Why did the other one stay open? Because it said to me it was closed, and then we found out that Venkat and Ernie and all of them were out there and trapped. So I hope everyone's come back. Have you seen any Facebook messages on Nightscapers asking about it? Because we want to make sure that everyone's in. we're wasting your guys' time with these challenges, so I'm really sorry. Challenges of tech, but I'm gonna make it up to you guys. I have a 12-month calendar of Aaron King and fancy clothes, so I'll send it your way free. Just pay the shipping. So here we go. Looks like that's good. I'm gonna monitor this over there on another computer. You're seeing notifications on my phone, so I'm trying to access the live feed. May I have the link, please? Rob, can you find that comment? I'm betting it was on the last one. And so let's remove that. Okay. All right. Got to turn off my disturb. Eric, get comfortable. Let me set up your light. And let's do this. Let's do this. 23 people are here. You'll even see some of their messages come through as you please. Thanks for moving that light. So our things are perfect. Okay. Let's get less noise from out there. Let's hit record on this after I turn on my notifications. Okay. Come on. Do not disturb. And I don't care if my Wi-Fi is on. I'm not connecting with anything. So.
Whoa!
Feel good?
Oh yeah.
Feel ready? Okay.
Rocking.
I'm going to hit record on this screen because we're going to record this as we go along. Start recording so that we can record everything that you're working on. Are these too big? Guys, give me comments in there if you guys feel like these windows get too big. We'll change them. We can easily change their size like this. And then I just move the other one down. And then I cover up this part so you don't see that. Okay, so here's your screen back. Here's your controls. Oh, are you hearing yourself talk? You're hearing me talking it?
Yeah.
We don't need that going. We just wanted to confirm the audio was good. And of course, I ended up ruining audio. That was great. So you guys see this menu option. I chose monitor and only mute output. I don't know what I was thinking. It's just classic.
So do I need to wear the headphones then?
You do not.
Oh,
So get comfortable.
yes.
Yeah. You guys, the audio is coming out of the back of this computer, but the audio will be better coming out of this mic that while Eric's getting set up, I'm going to move over to you.
Rob says, I am not finding that comment.
Okay. I wonder where it is. I will. Can you hold this, Eric?
Oh, the joys of Max. Ugh. Can you guys hear me okay?
All right. Thanks for holding that mic awkwardly. Turns out some other people are working today here in the office, which is what is so sad. Having this office space versus my home. Okay. I think our best bet is coming across all of this. Okay. What are people saying in chat? Everything good?
Ugh.
Well, at least you got a nice, good, long break.
Yeah. Probably have to pee again in like 15 minutes. Drink so much water. Is this like a Dumb and Dumber moment? I could just pee my pants and we can
they're all watching you and it's live, so I mean, it would be a crazy dumb moment.
You've seen that, right? Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, where he's in the back, like, just go, man.
Yeah.
Just go.
So cool. Just go, man.
Okay, this is like the longest this has ever taken to unscrew and attach. Okay. This is going to be really far from you, but as long as I get some audio.
Oh, man. What a crazy day.
Hang out with Photog Adventures and you will experience this over and over again. It's a fun nightmare. All right.
I didn't actually buy a car. Buying cars is such a joke. Unbelievable. I'm trying to buy a Toyota 4Runner. I just wish the banks were open on Saturdays, like the same time car dealerships were open. Doesn't make any sense.
Can't go ahead and work out that loan plan. Okay. My audio is almost ready.
We've lost one of the. Oh, did your phone turn off?
Nope, my phone's here. I'm gonna hit record now.
Does this window not matter? So there was that one. Your phone window?
Okay, let's see. So my phone window.
So yeah, there was.
Yeah, looks like video capture device properties. King's iPhone went off. So my connection to it got disconnected. So on the back here, did you unplug any cables?
Nope.
Okay, so why that connection went away is just classic for today, honestly. And to be honest, we'll just get rid of it. They're seeing your screen, they're seeing your face, and so let's just focus on this one, and you'll have less in the way.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Get started.
I think everyone's ready for this to get going. Color correction so that all air glow is color retained.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is everybody ready? Did we get everybody?
I'm gonna hit record on this.
Is everybody here?
Yeah. Make sure this is facing you. Yeah, it is. And this is as far as it can reach. So talk your loudest you've ever spoken.
What's the link? Let me send it to this. Mary Beth.
Mary Beth is lost right now. Okay, the link is going to be right up here. If you go scroll to the top, actually no, use your window tab. If you get over here, you can all the way over here. You can do this. In fact, let me stop recording the screen until we're actually doing it. But here's the link. So to share this link, let me just copy it. And then over here, let's open up Facebook Messenger so I can message it to you. Sorry, I got some links already. Eric Benedetti. And paste. Okay, that's the new link. And it looks like we even have a comment up here. Phil Sisto. I'm sending them all a new email right now. See any of the emails? I check spam too. I can go back through the chat. Mary Beth, send her a direct message. Sending them direct. Okay. Sorry guys that are waiting. We'll make it up to you. I have to keep making up things. Oh. Just unplugged. So recording. And
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna go higher. So that when you look at this camera, look in this camera as often as you can when you want to talk to people. Look here. They'll see what's happening on your screen and they'll see you. But if you could look up here, the replay will have better quality. It'll have that opportunity.
Okay. All right, maybe we'll slide over a wee bit. Who's ready to do some process? Actually, so I talked about,
Let me go ahead and hit this record button over here. Record. Okay, I think you have the mouse over on that side. Should be good. You tell them what you're going to do, but don't do any of it yet. Give me 2 seconds to tell those people in an email what this is so that they don't get frustrated when you've already started.
Sure. So what I'm going to start with is we talked a little bit about polar alignment stuff. And let me know if I'm not talking loud enough either. Starting to lose my voice. I don't do this like talking stuff. We talked about using polar alignment apps, and I wanted to show you a couple apps that I use to set up polar alignment and then also plan shots. And the first set of shots I'm going to edit is from Bryce, and I'll show you kind of how I prepared for taking these shots using an app called Plan It Pro.
But your replay will have better audio. We just want to make sure that you can hear him though. So let me know if it's not just not as nice or if it's definitely unhearable. Because the mic unfortunately is this stupid one behind here. Brendan has my Yeti, my blue Yeti that I could have used to make Eric really pop right now. There's something going in the background. Oops, I'm on the wrong screen. Let's kill this. That's what I kept hearing.
I was like, yeah, it sounds like someone's playing the radio.
Okay.
All right.
Have they responded saying it's just too low?
I guess Nate's is just a little too low.
Okay, let me just amplify it like crazy, just so that I know for sure. So go ahead and keep saying something. I'm gonna turn on.
We're gonna test
monitoring.
seeing how loud this is. Hopefully, I don't go hoarse and lose my voice completely.
Okay, say something.
Can you hear me now?
All right, cancel. Okay, I'm gonna make it so you don't have to go too loud, but let's up this by 500%.
Holy cow!
500%. Way better? That was kind of a fast response.
Yeah.
Did it really get way better?
Was it really, really way better?
Aaron sounds loud. Eric, not as much. That's always true, probably.
I'll scream. How about that?
I'm going to go even more because I'm crazy loud, but you're not peaking. 700. So now say something.
Can you hear me now?
And just say it you're talking about something.
All right, so how's the audio?
Streaming from a phone. Well, that's a tough situation to hear, so if it's working for you, Mary Beth, it's probably working out pretty well. I'll stop yelling because it's probably really loud. I sound like I'm a kindergarten teacher, but I don't mean to. Okay.
Inside voices.
Yeah. You guys still hear us okay? Good, good, good. All right, awesome. Oh my goodness. Okay. Please, camera gods, release us from this hell.
All right, we good to go?
Now I have to send the email because I was fixing the audio. I know.
All right, now he's sending the email.
And the screen is not recording, or no, it is recording. not to stop the stream because that'll really mess everything up.
So is it not recording now?
Basically, your screen's not recording, but it is sending out the stream. The live stream's happening, but we're not recording your monitor. And over here, we're recording your audio, but we're not recording video from this. So we'll be back in a moment.
You're a bit too loud, apparently.
I'm even still too loud. Yeah, I'm really gonna talk quiet.
I don't know how you use these, like... Sorry, I don't use Mac computers, so
I did put you up for failure there, sorry.
bear with me while I struggle through the ventures of Apple computers. My goodness. What did I just do?
Pause.
You miss your Apple computer? What? Crazy talk.
This is so nuts.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sleep well tonight.
no joke. I woke up at like 3 this morning. Couldn't fall back to sleep. Was too jacked up, ready for this. How many people? So we're at 30 right now.
Awesome, that's a better number. That's a better number.
Let's see if I have any more messages.
What am I looking for? This first.
PCs and problems? Oh man. Let's move these.
You guys are gonna be relieved when you watch the replay. It doesn't show any of this nonsense. You're almost gonna feel like you guys were punished for being here with us live.
Yeah, the replay is going to be great. Sorry. Oh, man.
Okay, I'm sending out the email right now. Recipients, Photo Adventures, PCC, blind copy. Okay.
Dang, where'd you go shoot? Hopefully you got some good pictures. That's a long night.
All right, let's get this recording going because I have a video. Oh, even greater, you got yourself really set up. Start recording the screen. And now,
Oh, nice. Yeah, can't wait to get up to Stanley this summer. My family has a cabin near Stanley, so spent many a summer night.
all right, take us away.
All right, I think we're finally ready. So, like I said, we're gonna start with. I just wanted to show you guys.
Sorry, now I'm an idiot because I'm right here. Let's bring the speaker from you.
Freaking loud guy over here.
Oh yeah, I'm really an idiot. Sorry.
Okay, so we were talking about polar alignment earlier, and someone asked how I go about doing the polar alignment. And there's this great app. This is the Polar Finder app. So on the left here is an example of, I just took screenshots from my phone. But this would be an example. This was at 6 a.m. this morning. I just snapped the screenshot, and you can see this little green dot is the representative location of where Polaris would have to be. at that time. Maybe a bit less gain. How about I just talk normally instead of like trying to talk loud? Does that work? So on this preferences screen over here, you can see all the settings options. Obviously, hemisphere if you're in northern. It'll be inverted if you're in the southern hemisphere, I believe, or mirrored. The reticle type will be your tracking mount. So here I have it set to Star Adventure, but they have one for Vixen, Ioptron. There's some like actual telescope tracking mounts, and the great thing about this, so if you select like the Ioptron, this green dot would be in the opposite corner or the opposite field for where its location. And then night mode, and you can manually enter your GPS coordinates if you want to. And this star size, make sure it's extra large. If you open the app and you're like, oh, there's no Polaris, I can't see it anywhere, it's probably because it's set to small and the green dot is like ridiculously small and hard to see. And then other than that, the app is pretty straightforward. It just opens up to this screen, and you can imagine this would be your 12, 3, your 6 and 9, and then you just have to get used to placing Polaris where it needs to be in its location. Alright, so that's the Polar Finder app. This is Plan It Pro. This is probably the best app, I think, for planning and executing Milky Way shots. I've used Photopills and Photographer's Ephemeris and lots of other apps, but I think in terms of like total overall content, this app is fantastic, and it has so much. It's kind of hard to see, but if you look like at the top of the maps, the satellite image, you can see all these little squares, and each square represents a different function of the app. And so I have it set right now to the Milky Way visible period for this day. This was the day I took the next set of shots that we're going to edit. And this was Wall Street from Bryce Canyon. Oh, excuse me. And so this displays, at this specific time. So this was, let's see, 5:13 a.m. on February 24th, 2018. It gives you the latitude of the core of the Milky Way. So the largest spot down here, the large green spot, that's the core. That represents the core. And you can swipe on this time strip down here, and you can watch the core rise and set. And it gives directions of where the sun will rise, where the moon will rise, and all those things. It's just fantastic. And it has a built-in light pollution map, so you can change to another square. It'll show you where your light pollution sources are. I think it even has like a VR function, so if you have like a horizon input, you could like save a picture over it, and then you could see like how high in the horizon the Milky Way will rise above that. It's just a crazy app. I think it's only like $5, so I highly recommend this app. All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes. When everybody's dying.
I'd like some lunch too.
How the heck do you use these freaking... Okay.
While you do that, I'm going to turn your gain down a little bit lighter.
Okay.
Just because 16 decibels is a lot. Can you type in 600 for me and hit enter?
16. So the name of the last app I was talking about is Plan It. I use the Pro version. I think it's like $5. Yeah, it's Plan It for photographers. Not Planet like the actual planet, but Plan It. And then the polar alignment app I use is called Polar Finder. All right, let's start. So I'm just going to start with the raw files, unedited, completely just straight out of the camera, nothing done to them. So on this list, I have all my foreground exposures, which I took first in this case because the Milky Way rose a little bit later in the morning. So these foreground exposures were taken at probably like 3 in the morning or something, and then I waited maybe an hour to take the tracked sky exposures. And so I'm just going to open up the foreground exposures first. Oh my gosh. Hopefully this works. Okay. Alright, so in Photoshop, I'm going to use pretty much Photoshop for everything. I think Aaron has Lightroom on here. I can use Lightroom a little bit and for just the final touches that I do. But most of it's done in Photoshop, and then so I'll open them in Adobe Camera Raw, and then we'll apply some edits here, and those will just go to all the raw files, and then we'll export them, and we'll stitch them together. Oh, did we ever do PT GUI? I don't know.
You got back over on the computer and you have it turned on somewhere or activated, or we're just waiting for that email, huh?
Yeah, we might not be able to use PT GUI. I was hoping to use, I guess we could try the free version, but it's not a big deal. We can try, did I use low level lighting? Yes. So I will, oh, Planet is available for Apple. That's awesome, $10. Well worth the $10. I don't, so how I choose whether to shoot the foreground first or last just depends on my window of shooting the Milky Way. So, early in the year, the Milky Way rises right before sunrise. And so I will start shooting my foreground before I shoot the Milky Way. Later in the year, when the Milky Way core sets after sunset, I'll shoot the core first, and then after the core, I'm done with my core shots or whatever, I'll switch to shooting my foreground shots. And then it's the same thing with like the moon. If the moon, light is going to affect my shooting of the Milky Way, I'll plan around shooting the foreground, so I maximize my time shooting the sky with the tracking mount. And yeah, I did use low level lighting. Let's see, I can switch to so this is it's kind of hard to see. Let's see, these are small little puck lights, and then I also have some LED light panels. So the really bright ones here are light panels, and then I don't think you can see, I have these small little LED puck lights that also do a pretty nice job. They're just those like cheap ones you can buy at Fred Meyer's or whatever that stick underneath cupboards. And those do a pretty good job. I think so. These ones over here are, so these rocks are being illuminated by the puck lights. What did Eden say? Sometimes when I'm aligning to Polaris, I can see it clear with my eyes. So what I do, Eden, is I use a laser pointer, and I hold the laser pointer on a flat surface along my tracking mount, and I point it at Polaris and then look through the polar finder. It takes some practice because it's kind of hard to hold the laser pointer still, but after a few times of pointing the laser pointer at Polaris and looking through the scope, you'll get a better idea of exactly which star is Polaris. So go buy yourself a $5 laser pointer off of Amazon. All right, so these exposures, any color choice for the laser. You got to be careful. If you live in a city or in a populated area and you use a green laser pointer, you can actually get in trouble from like distracting pilots and stuff like that. I usually use a green, but I'm not like holding it down or anything. I usually just flash it and then turn it off as soon as I have figured out where Polaris is. Just make sure you don't, shine it into somebody's window or something and scare them. There was that guy in England or whatever who was out doing Astro, and oh no, it was in France, I guess.
What happened?
And they called the cops on him because they thought he was like a sniper or something, setting up his.
He's got a long lens.
Absolutely ridiculous. And like they called in SWAT and all this other crazy stuff. Just.
I hope they got him.
Yeah, no joke. Okay, so let's get back to editing these. I tend to so when I use the low level lighting, you have to be careful because you can see down here in these areas, this information is clipped, and actually you can, I don't know if you guys have much experience with Photoshop, but you can see the areas that I've clipped, highlights, and in this case, the shadows. So up here, the blue is indicative of me clipping dark information, and down here, the red is indicative of me clipping highlight information. So in a place like Bryce or in very, very dark locations where you're using low level lighting like this, and this is a 60-second exposure at f2.8 and ISO 800. So even though these lights are just barely on, it's fully illuminating this area, and when your eyes are dark adapted, you can see it quite clearly. But in this case, shooting in a canyon is a very high dynamic range environment because I'm illuminating the walls of the canyon here, but the light fall off is drastic. It's gonna clip that information no matter what. So I try several different test exposures before I settle on my settings. The aperture, the exposure time, and the ISO. You just have to try it for your environment. It's impossible to say what will work given your conditions that you're shooting in. If you're shooting in more light pollution, your exposure will have to be shorter, or you'll have to lower your ISO or something. I always shoot at daylight white balance, and so if we switch to a sky shot here, it's going to look muddy, and that's just the way it is. Daylight white balance is the most natural white balance you can have for shooting at night. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but the most common star temperature is around 5,000 Kelvin, and so if you want an accurate white balance representation of that, that's the temperature you're going to shoot at. Things you have to, you kind of eyeball. In my case, I'm looking at the snow. Is the snow looking white? And if you're not shooting on a calibrated monitor, that's just something else that might be indicative. This looks, the canyon walls are nice and orange like they're supposed to be. The snow looks pretty white. Sometimes there's a green hue to it, but overall that looks okay. So anyways, let's start with how I really post-process in raw converter. And I come over here. The first thing I start with is the top row of icons up here. I move right to left, and so I'll start with applying my lens profile correction. In this case, I'm just doing foreground stuff. So if this information doesn't auto-populate, sometimes if you're working with like Samyang lenses, sometimes they don't have all of Samyang's lenses in here, but they've done a pretty good job of updating this list. But Sigma seems like they're pretty much always applied. You can, it's not a big deal, but you can see the stars up here super elongated. Sometimes there's chromatic aberration. I don't see like anything in the image itself that would lead me to believe that there's chromatic aberration affecting either the rocks or anything like that. All right, so we have the lens correction, but if you had to apply, manual controls, you can switch over to manual. So after that, I come over here. Depending on the lens I'm using, so sometimes the 35mm isn't as sharp, especially if I'm shooting wide open. If I'm shooting the 35mm and I'm not using any low-level lighting and I'm shooting at 1.4, I usually apply a little bit of sharpening. I can pull this up to 50 or 60. I don't do it so much with this kind of shot because you can tell it's pretty dang sharp already. So not a big deal. And I'm shooting at ISO 800. And the shadows, there might be a little bit of noise, but not too much. Usually I do a luminance of 10 and just call it good. And I turn the sharpening up to 50. All right, I don't do any tone curves or anything at this point. And then the white balance, with the foreground, I might play around a little bit, especially with snow. Sometimes the snow looks a little green up here. And if that's the case, I'll add a little more purple, try to make it look a little more white. I can drop this down. But overall, I think the color tone of the foreground looks pretty good just based off of an image like this. And then usually I'll pull the exposure down a little bit just so highlights aren't totally clipped off. And then I'll pull up the shadows. So the shadows I'll set to like 40 if it's like a really dark. In some cases, like here, the highlights are a little blown out. This is really up to your taste. I mean, if you're using low-level lighting, some people kind of debate about whether a night image is supposed to look like it's taken at night, or the night image can be anything you want. It's just up to you. You can pull the blacks so they're not clipped entirely. There's a little clipping down there, but not too bad. And then I'll add some clarity. I don't usually go too crazy with the clarity. Dehaze, I almost never use the dehaze. And then I usually do add a decent amount of vibrance and then a little bit of saturation. It's easy to go wild with the saturation and vibrance, but again, that's up to you. Any focusing foreground tips? Sure. I focus my foregrounds like I focus the sky, usually with live view. So in this case, I have low-level lighting. But if you are working with something with a lot of depth of field, you might have to take more than one foreground. You might have to take several exposure, like Shane says, if you're trying to take a picture of a flower that's 5 feet in front of your camera, you're gonna have to focus stack. You're gonna have to take a foreground exposure with a depth of field at 5 feet, and then 10 feet, and then 15 feet, just so you can maximize that focus and not have to worry about your subject being out of focus. But in a case like this, my foreground is pretty much infinity with this lens, so I'm not as worried. So in Adobe, I select all the images here in the film strip. So we've applied our corrections to this first image, and then you can either do select all or just shift all the images, and then sync settings. And if you notice in an image that there's something in the foreground you don't like, you can spot removal it, you can crop it. I usually leave all the images uncropped to maximize the overlap between them. So after I do a sync settings, I'll essentially go image to image, make sure there's nothing crazy. So there's a little bit of clipping there, not too bad. A little bit more. It is a little bit orange, but we can work on that after we stitch them together. You can see here this bush is out of focus. It was like right at my feet while I was taking this. The highlights are still okay there. Highlights are going to be clipped no matter what around these lights, usually just because the light source is ridiculously bright. Alright, so at this point I would save the images, and we can go here. Oh my gosh. Can you create a new folder?
Down at the bottom, yeah.
No, I'm just going to save it as an untitled folder. And then I save them as TIFFs. You can use DNG. I wouldn't use PSD. Definitely don't use JPEG. I keep all the metadata, just helps me when I upload the images and, I need that settings information. No compression. Adobe RGB is fine. You can use sRGB if you're uploading. I usually do 16 bits per channel. And I don't resize, and I don't sharpen. Alright, so we'll save those. There's some rule of thumb for sharp foreground images. I'm thinking you could always stop down the aperture and take a longer shot. You definitely can stop down the aperture. It may or may not make a difference. I usually, if I'm shooting in a dark location when I'm not using low-level lighting, I will open the aperture all the way just because I don't want to sit there for 5 minutes for, in this case, how many foreground exposures? 12? That'd be like an hour of taking foreground exposures, and I guess I'm too lazy for that. Whereas shooting, f1.4, depending on your lens, if you have a 30 to 40% overlap, you're going to have a pretty sharp center of the field anyways. So, but if you have depth of field problems, if your subject is like super close to the camera lens, then you're going to have to do a focus stack. So, there's no way around that anyways. 3 remaining. Okay, so we're done with that. I mean, and it's even more of a factor if you're, like in this case, if you're racing against, astronomical twilight, or, you want to get, for me, it's important to get the images that as close together in time from the sky to the foreground. It just makes blending the exposures together. If your foreground is shot during astro twilight, the white balance will be very much different, and it's, you could have a horizon with blown out highlights, and it's really tough to edit that. So here are all of our TIFFs for the foreground. Let's open up the sky. Keep doing that. Silly Max. Who uses Max?
Geniuses.
No comment. All right. So these are the tracked sky exposures, and actually I think I did a pretty poor job on the tracking. I was freezing, 10 below. You can kind of see there's some star trailing there. When it's that cold, you just like hope your camera battery doesn't die so you don't have to spend so much time out there. Oh, that one's okay. I am a pixel peeper, unfortunately. All right. So this one's a little underexposed. You can see in the histogram view here at the top, you would ideally have the exposure right at this interface here between these two. So this one's about 25, I would call this 25% exposed. Let's see. These are a little bit better. This is probably well exposed. If this wasn't the RGB peaks, if this was just the standard white histogram, the peak would be about a third. Same here. I don't know. I'm not sure. This might be zodiacal light, or it might just be like, I don't know, astro twilight starting. You can see I've included a little bit of the horizon. I screwed up and missed a little bit down here. But this was just a single row, so I always just try to include a little bit of the horizon so I have a framing orientation when I blend together the sky and foreground. Alright, so same thing. I start up here on the right and I move right to left, starting with my lens profile correction. I make sure I have chromatic aberration removal selected here. There's not a lot. the signal lenses, when they're stopped down to f2.8, are so stinking sharp, and they're really good with their chroma control. All right, back to fit and view. Same thing. If you're shooting a lens like the Samyang, you know, if you're even at 2.8, it's a little soft. 2.8 on this, I mean, you can see the stars are like ridiculously sharp. I love this lens. Shoot it for everything. There's not a lot of noise. I mean, there's a little bit of noise, but it's not. You could do like maybe 5. I tend not to go super heavy on the noise reduction at this point because it turns things into splotchy kind of messes if you're not careful. You could like turn up the sharpening a little bit. You could try 50. Alternatively, you can save the sharpening until we've stitched the picture together and you know it's ready to be fully processed. So there's 2 ways I can do the color balance. Depending on how lazy I am and depending on how much star trailing is acceptable. This, to me, if I had not been freezing, I would have reshot this picture. This is quite a bit of star trailing for me, but at that point, I couldn't feel my toes, so it's like, screw it, I'm done with this. It's so cold. It's up to you. I mean, the stitching software will handle this. I know it does because I've already edited this picture. If I had seen this picture while I was out there, I definitely would have reshot it. Let's see some of the other ones. Like that's, to me, this is a negligible amount of star trailing. Same here, pretty much no star trailing. There's a little bit here, but not too bad. Yeah, until you, this one has a little bit more. I would say for me, this is about the maximum this kind of star trailing is about the maximum I would say is acceptable. If you do more than this, sometimes your stitching software will have trouble aligning the star points, and that's where you can have stitching issues. You know, when we go to edit this picture, this one, you'll probably see the demarcation between this picture and this one here, and that'll be a result of the star trailing. So like I said, there's 2 ways to, I think there's 2 ways to color balance this. You can do the Roger Clark method, which is really what I do most of the time, and then the other method is like the lazy color slider. Roger believes this is inaccurate, so I'll just show you the color slider method.
Roger Clark.
Yeah.
Love and hate that guy.
Oh, everybody does.
He's totally right, but he's just harsh.
Yeah, he needs better people skills. So this is the
Real
lazy.
quick, before you jump into that, I'm just going to do a new video feed, and I'm going to also stop this video and do a new one just so that all in the replay is just like as solid as ever can be. Sorry guys, I am making sure that your replays make up for all the darned challenges we've had with the recording of the live feed, so my quality on the production of this replay has to be solid to make up for this. Alright, green light.
Alright, so this is the lazy way. So what I've done here is, I think a lot of people think you need to center the 3 peaks. But reality, what you need to do is bring the rear end of these 3 peaks together. So, you know, this was shot at, what, 50-50? And then +8. So you can see, you want the back end of the blue, the back end of the green, and the back end of the red peak together. You can do it this way, but I think doing it this way ultimately leads to too much of a purple image. I usually just leave it as default, and then I'll show you how to do this by subtracting this ugly brown background and giving you a more color balanced image once we have it stitched together. Other than that, so at this point I'll try to bring the exposure up a little bit. I don't want to like blow out, and we'll have to check the other ones because the highlights might start getting clipped here. And so you can see there's still gaps in the highlights here. That's good. So we need to maintain stark color. There's not a lot here, but you can see like the blue horse head up here and part of the Ophiuchi complex. This is Jupiter. All right, so usually I'll bring down the highlights to about 30, and I'll bring up the blacks to about 30. And then I'll add a little bit of clarity, maybe like 10-ish. And then, oh, I don't do any dehaze. And then I'll do about 15 on the vibrance, and I don't do any saturation. I think a lot of people like crush the saturation at this point, but I have a cool little trick that I do for saturation later. All right, and same thing, select all the images, and then we'll sync settings. One thing I want to check is to make sure I haven't crushed any of these exposures. Sorry. I'm getting messages from people, and I want to make sure everyone has access to this.
Thanks for checking on those. I've been messaging people too. Haven't been able to help.
Anyways, all right. So everything looks pretty good. You can see, I don't know if this must have been like Astro Twilight starting this kind of purplish color in these, but it's not so dramatic that I'm gonna like alter the color balance. But if you start getting the Astro Twilight and your sky, from one picture to the next, you can notice that over 2 minutes, that's a significant amount of time, and your color balance for one image might be dramatically different from the very next image. And so you'll have to go into your temperature and tint settings and try to match these histograms so they better blend when you stitch them together. All right, and let's save the images. Title folder, everything else is the same. Save.
Are you doing something right now that I can pull up PT GUI? Because we do
Yeah,
have a
we can try
registration key.
Let's do it.
All right. Let me swing in here, guys, while he does this. Save, right? You're just saving right now?
Yep.
Okay. Stop recording. Guys, I think I'm going to turn off the live stream. Just kidding. That would be a freaking nightmare.
Don't touch any buttons, man.
I'm just trying to laugh to help from crying because this has been so frustrating. Look at this, The Tonight Show. Anthony Mac. Oh, it's just the next thing coming up. I was like, why is all this on here? Okay, so Gmail. I suppose I forwarded it to me. Here we go. Promotions. Okay, PT GUI support. Personal license. Awesome. Download full version. And so, you guys, I will be working on the replay this weekend, and by Monday, you guys are going to have this replay to watch. Now, when I say by Monday, give me some time in the morning Monday just in case I have some family stuff. And registration name, that's not where we wanted this. And I will get it out so you guys can watch it. But the actual live feeds themselves, they will be available as soon as YouTube lets it. And since I stopped the other one, I think it's already become available. So the old link will take you to the replay of that. And then this link will take you to the replay of it here soon. But I will send an email out to everyone through my Gmail as well as through our MailChimp app, which isn't 100%. I'm finding I'm really getting frustrated by that. Registration name. Okay, here we go.
So I am going to make sure that you guys see that and have that available for any of you who came in late, like Roger. I'm really devastated for you guys, and so want to make sure we make it up to you and make sure that replays out to you, that this replays out to you, that the quality replays out to you, and something else I'll let you guys know later. But is my download happening? Let's see.
I'll do the top one.
Thank you for seeing that. I kept looking at the other downloads and not seeing one that was not a trial. I was like, I need Mac and not trial. All right. So PT GUI we're going to install so that he can show you guys this. Any questions come through? Good chance to turn the volume on. It's clipping a little. It does clip when he gets loud. I have heard that. So he's right. All right. I'm going to really drop it 1/3, so hopefully that isn't too bad. You're probably hearing me pretty quiet now, but Eric will. Oh, I hear me pretty loud still. Would you say that small amount of star trails we have here is acceptable?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer to that while I make sure
Yeah,
this.
talked about it.
Oh, you already did? Okay, cool. Since I'm writing emails, it's been tough to make sure everyone's golden. Alright, so. Where is that PTQV install happening? Or is it not? Open. So. Okay. That's exactly what I thought I was doing, but it wasn't. It was a package actually. I should have dragged it over to applications. So we're golden. We have PT GUI here. You can pull it up when you're ready, and I'll leave that there. You can see this, and it's back. I lost the feed. Anyone else? Oh no. Shane, are you talking about a long time ago, or are you just mean barely? I'll check to see what happened over my screen, but it looks like we're good. I'm gonna start recording here again, and make sure I'm recording on this video. You squeeze in and get yourself comfortable again.
Alright, how the hell do we pull a PT GUI here?
Okay. If you're ready for PT GUI, just go over to that screen, use 4 fingers on the white trackpad and go over to the left.
Oh my gosh.
And then double click on that.
Accept.
We accept this license agreement. Oh, I have to do this again.
Gosh.
Why did I just do that? That's funny.
Oh, look at this cute little fridge you got over here.
It can fit 4 sodas and one, like a couple on the top if I don't have like a.
Oh my
shake.
goodness.
Isn't it great or terrible? It's my only fridge that I own right now these days, and so it's the only thing I keep things cold with. Your copy of PT GUI is now registered, but I can't get a bigger one in here. It'd be even louder. I can turn that guy off. Welcome to PT GUI. You like to do that? No, not. Initializing OpenCL for the first time, which hopefully doesn't cause any crashing over here. And don't put chips in charge of your mail.
Oh boy.
Kirk is right. I should have had mail geniuses instead of mail chimps. Maybe some Mac people. Just kidding. I loved how much you hated that. You have an Android, so I get it.
I was an Apple user for a while, for a hot minute.
And then you decided you couldn't take their opinion.
Yeah. The constant updates killed me.
That's true. I used to love Mac for the fact that their constant updates weren't always mandatory when forced on you. But now they're forced on you, just like Windows.
Yep.
Okay, alright. And I'm going to start this one over again. Okay, we have PT GUI now. Roll.
Alright, let's... This is the first time I've used PT GUI on an Apple. Should be able to drag these images in there. Let's just start with the foreground image. Foreground images. Whatever you do, do not load all of your foreground and sky images at once and try to stitch them together. That will make things ugly. So PT GUI is great. I've mostly switched to Color Auto Giga, but they're very similar. PT GUI is a great image. So you load your images up. I just drag them into the software, and then you click Align Images. We'll see if it can actually align all of them. Fantastic. Let's blow this up. So with PT GUI, we have to drag these sliders to get the full image projected. In the wrong direction. You can change your projection of the image. So I usually don't do planar or rectilinear. I usually do cylindrical or stereographic. Stereographic. I just try to create a very flat horizon. You know, it just depends on your ability to shoot the image. But in this case, you know, it was actually pretty spherical in its projection. You know, it's a kind of a downward looking into this canyon type of image. But, you know, you just got to keep trying these until you find one that looks the most natural to your eye. I think stereographic is that. Okay, and then I pull these back down just to keep the image size clipped a little bit. That's pretty good. All right, and then we can close this and then click on Create Panorama. I always do. So, I mean, you can see how pretty big this picture is, 25,000 by 16,000. So that'll have to be a Photoshop large document. I do blended panorama only. If you want to see the individual layers, you can. I don't really care about that too much. I don't click set optimum size. That will, like, you know, shrink down the image a bit. I changed this to 16 bits and no compression. Hopefully Aaron's computer doesn't melt. And I do flattened for layers. Once you, man, I tell you, I had to build a whole new computer when I switched to doing nothing but 50mm panos with this 36 megapixel sensor.
Giga panos.
Holy cow, man. And then that's fine where it's being saved. So this will be our sky. Let's see here. Hopefully it can, or I'm sorry, not the sky, the foreground. Starting to get tired. Let's then you go to your source images. I just remove everything. Boop, 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 boop. Go away. Again, load. Oh, I just drag them in. So I'm lazy. So it's going to say PT GUI was unable to detect control points for some of the images. Therefore, you need to add control points by hand. That's fine. So if you just do click align images, it's going to analyze them, and then it'll tell you which ones it. Oh, I did it. Sometimes PT GUI is drunk and it doesn't know what it's talking about. Ignore everything I just said. Again, you can. One thing I didn't show you with the previous one, but if we with the foreground shots, you can rotate this, so you can grab the sky or your foreground in any case and kind of open it. It's going to adjust that projection. I think that looks pretty good. Another cool thing is that if you're having problems with your images, you can see which images are being stitched together and how they're going together. This can be good. For some reason, sometimes PT GUI likes to go full bananas, and it'll take like a little shred of image 1 and combine that with like the whole image of 4 or something like that. It's crazy. So if that's the case, you know, this is good. You can see what part of each image is being projected into your stitch. And if you see that there is something goofy going on with like one of the images being used and you don't want it to, you can say, okay, let's close this. Let's go to control points. You can adjust your control points in here if you want. If you think there's not enough and you want more from one image, you can do that. You can go back to source images. If you find that one of your images isn't great and you have enough overlap, you can even just remove They used to have, trying to see, did they remove that? It might not be available for this version. You used to be able to mask parts of individual images to not include them. That is interesting. They must have done away with that. Maybe somebody else in the chat knows for sure, but it used to be the case that you could disclude sections of each images, like the corners. You know, if you saw the corners had a lot of coma, you could disclude those corners from being used in the stitch. In any case, this is what our projected image will look like. I usually bring this up so we don't have a ton of extra empty space. And then we can adjust the warping of the image in Photoshop. So same thing, go back, and then over here on the far right of PT GUI, you do create panorama. And you'll see the width and height will be a little bit different from our foreground, and we'll address that once we've got them edited. Activate advanced options on PT GUI. Why is that a thing now? Crazy. Is it in here? Advanced panorama tools. Huh, sorry. I wanted to show you that guy. I've switched to like AutoPen of Giga. It's just pretty much the same thing. Need pro version for masking. I thought this was the pro version. Anyways, I think the masking is like super helpful because there are definitely times where PT GUI decides, or in the case of AutoPen of Giga, decides to use like a section of a photo that, you know, ends up causing like artifacts along the horizon, which are common because, you know, in this case I'm doing multi-minute exposures, and so the horizon is going to shift quite a bit in each picture, and so the sky in relation to that horizon can create these funky stitching artifacts along here. But this seems to have done pretty well in this case. I don't see any like major artifacts that are very visible. Alright, so we'll go back to create pano, same thing, didn't change any settings. And that's it. I don't bother saving. So let's open up the sky first. Oops, done. Oh no. You know what? I did the wrong thing. Let's see if I can still warp it. So I duplicate the layer, transform. I could probably still warp it. I shouldn't have made it a flattened image. I should have included all the layers. Alright, so I have the image here. How do you zoom? Is there like is it control or is it option? Oh, there we go. I got it.
Yeah. You can also use the trackpad and do it like a phone.
Oh, like
it's not
spreading
always
it?
easy, yeah.
Okay. I'm just so used to using the keyboard and mouse, this wizardry of Apple. Damn it, I keep...
There's some benefits. It's also challenging.
So, you know, I like to, after I've got the stitched image, I like to warp it and make sure the stars aren't like super elongated or crappy looking. The projection settings you use can affect this pretty dramatically. If you're not careful, your like stitched image will have crazy compressed stars, or you know, a good one to look at is like Jupiter. So Jupiter is a little squished on the long vertical axis. That looks pretty good. You can see a lot of people are like, why does your stars have star spikes? Did you add that in post-processing? And the star spikes come from stopping down your lens, the aperture blades, depending on how many blades your lens have. You can tell. So in this case, it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9 blades, I think. All right, and then I usually just check the warping. Overall, I don't think it needs to be warped too much. Jupiter looks nice and round. The stars in the corner look nice and round. When you're happy, you could just hit enter and it'll finish warp. Oh man!
Yeah. So while you're doing this, you guys have gotten pretty quiet while he's working on the post-processing. It's also the one favorite thing that you guys wanted, but it's probably the driest to like go through. Everyone's probably tired and enjoying just knowing that they have this recorded and they don't have to remember everything. But it's already fantastic. You can already see the colors popping out of your row. If you can having processed the image.
Yeah. So after I warp it, I
Get out of the way.
flatten the image.
Say that line again, just since I was sitting in there.
After I do the warping, I flatten the image. And then we can start with the actual color processing. Okay. So, actually, I kind of just want to crop this. Let's get rid of all this junk. I'm going to push Aaron's computer to the max. We're going to the limit.
Bring it.
Push it to the limit. Yeah, you can see I totally, God, I was freezing that night and I missed part of the horizon here, so I'll show you what I cheating do sometimes when that's the case. Alright, so let's go to adjustments. First thing I do is I color correct. I'll subtract the kind of ugly brownish background if that's possible. So let's maximize this. Oh gosh. I don't know if you guys saw that. Let's close this. So I go to adjustments here, and then the curves tool is the first thing I do. And I start with the highlights. I pull up the highlights a little bit. We're going to add a little bit of contrast by keeping the darks and the shadows not so full. Just a kind of smooth curve from highlights down. Let's see. Can you add a second? Yeah. All right. So you see up here your histogram. It's going to change dramatically. If that's the case, you need to update the histogram. If you click this little rectangle with the exclamation point in it. All right, and then this is where we're going to do the background subtraction. So here we have RGB, and this is the Roger Clark method. Start with red, and I don't adjust the curve. You come down here in the lower left in your shadows, and you drag the slider over. I don't want to... So a lot of the shadow information is going to be mostly in this like foreground strip, and then of course there's like that black, the background of the actual Photoshop document. So ignore, a lot of that. If you end up clipping into this, that's okay, because all that information is just here in this foreground that we don't really care too much about. What we care about is making sure you update your histogram every time you make an adjustment, and you'll see this red curve here. The red curve in our histogram is now almost flush with the back end of the blue. So now we go to the green. Same thing, just pull down those darks, and we'll clip into that foreground information a little bit. And this is ideally what you want. This is pretty close, but if you see our three peaks now, when they're blended together, you get just the gray, brownish, combined color information in your histogram. And you want the back end of these three color peaks to come together and form like a grayish layer there. Now at this point you can color it to taste. I'm not going to tell you how to color balance your image. If you want it more blue, you can make it more blue. If you want it more red, you can make it more red. That's up to you. That's artist discretion. It's Roger Clark can argue until he's blue in the face, but at the end of the day, you're the one that took the picture. It's not his picture. It's yours to edit how you see fit. I leave the core pretty brown, yellow, and then I judge my color balance mostly off of Ro Ofuyuki. I love the colors of the Ro Ofuyuki complex, and so it's just my favorite part of the sky. And so, after I do that color balance, again, I'll come up here, I'll add a little more highlights, update the histogram. You can see now we're getting a little more red. As you add more contrast, it's going to pull those reds up higher into the highlights, and your blues are going to stay in the shadows. So again, we can update that information. I like using the arrow pad and making small adjustments. You can click on these points that you add, so you don't have to go super wild. You can just make tiny little adjustments with the arrow keys on your keyboard. Explain why the back end of the RGB needs to be aligned, scientifically. Okay, so this is a question for Roger Clark. And actually, I guess we could go to his website. Let's see, clarkvision.com. I don't want to get into this too much because this is a rabbit hole that will...
He has so much great information. It's a ton of great data.
I'm going to drag this.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. This is Roger Clark's website. He's a MIT physicist who works for NASA. And he is simultaneously the smartest guy I've ever had real conversations with, and also one of the biggest jerks about editing pictures you'll ever have a conversation with. His website is clarkvision.com. This is, without a doubt, the most comprehensive nightscape tutorial series on the internet. If you think Ian Norman, if you think his stuff is comprehensive about editing, Roger Clark puts Lonely Speck to shame.
He'll put you to shame if you talk about any process you've done. He'll talk about it by, that's multiplying and not adding, and what are you talking about?
I'm going to be honest though, if you've gotten this far and you're going down the tracking mount rabbit hole, you need to read this website. I mean,
amen.
So you can see here he has just, look at this. This is his first page, and it's it's ridiculous. And it's all for free. It's I don't want to go down the paying for information rabbit hole, because you guys have obviously paid a lot of money to have me do this, but
we appreciate it.
You can get a lot of this information off the internet, and my workflow is not any one single source. Obviously, I've used Roger's information, I've used Ian Norman's information. I've gone very far down the deep sky object processing information, and all this plays a role. But anyways, if you go to his website, you can read this tutorial series. It'll tell you exactly why. I don't think it's in this one. He has one that's verifying natural color. And this is where he talks about, using those curves, Eden, like you're talking about, why the back end of the RGB needs to be aligned. And it gets very overwhelming. So, I don't even know how many times I've had to read this website, 20, 30? Yeah, it is what it is. And you'll be a better astrophotographer as a result of this. I promise you. It'll make a big difference. How you choose to apply this information, that's up to you. But just knowing that it's there is incredibly beneficial. And it's for free. I mean, my God, it's crazy. All right. Anyways, back to editing this. So we've aligned our histogram a little bit here. I applied another contrast curve. I like to go a little bit brighter, at least initially. Yeah, it is. His section on ISO will just it'll change everything you know about cameras. So the back end of the histogram is going to be your shadows and your darks, right? So when you look at your histogram, all the shadow and dark information is there. And the reason we are aligning those peaks is we are subtracting background information. And that's the most important thing you have to realize, is that we're not color neutralizing any information. We are subtracting that pixel information from the data. And that's what you do when you drag this slider. When we manipulate the curves here in Photoshop, you're manipulating the R, the G, and the B pixel information. When you pull this slider from left to right, you subtract that information. You're not multiplying it, you're not dividing it. Those are things that are done when you adjust the curve itself. You know, you add, you multiply, and then when you color balance by moving this slider, you're subtracting that information. And that's what you really want to do. You want to subtract background information, things that are extraneous to the color data of the image. And Roger talks a lot about that in his tutorials. So I think that's that's a pretty good brightness right there. Again, now you can see it's gotten a little red here, and the peaks are now misaligned a little bit. So we can go back to our RGB. And then I'll go back down here and I'll just pull these down a little bit. At this point, we've already done an alignment, so you'll see this input is now 8, whereas before I had to do an input of like 30. There was a lot of red background. And interesting, this night in Bryce, there was just a tremendous amount of red air glow, and air glow makes editing these pictures really hard. So same thing, green needs to come down. That's probably too much. Set that to 4. Update this curves. And I think it's still a little too red. You can kind of see this like transition from red to purple. So I'm going to pull down the red just a little bit more, maybe 10. And I'm just keeping an eye up here at your histogram, and I'm looking for this like brown combined color information for these peaks to come together. I think that looks pretty good. It's pretty close. You could do maybe 11 on the red. Again, click on that, the exclamation point to update your histogram. Well, thank you, Mary Beth. All right, so we can disable these curves and see where we came from. So we came from this. This is our straight out of the camera, no editing, and now we've gotten here. We've color balanced it quite a bit. The core, I must have shot this with a lot of zodiacal light or pretty close to astro twilight, because it's gotten pretty purple during the editing. Spent a whole year reading his website and chewing down all the info, and I still haven't finished. Yeah, no joke. And if you have personal conversations with him, just realize you're probably going to get the harsh end of a lecture about science. I'm a scientist. I don't know if you guys know that. I do biomedical research, and even it was a little tough for me to swallow. Talking to him, I've had several personal conversations with Roger Clark. All right. So I think that's okay in terms of like brightness and stuff like that. We'll add more contrast in a minute. So I want to Let's flatten this image, and you'll see it's gonna. I need to crop out this little black ugliness up here. So where's the history? Do you not have a history window? There it is. I like looking at the history. All right, so before we go crazy, we can go back. This is our starting point, and this is where we're at now. That's pretty good. The history is kind of cool. So, you're a biomedical PhD candidate too. I'm sorry, Eden. Oh man, it's a long path. I like the history, so you can go to this little camera in your history bar down here and do snapshot. Okay, and go to the top of the history. If you scroll to the top, now you have a snapshot, and you can always go back to that snapshot. Eventually you'll lose steps in the history. It only maintains so many steps, and having that snapshot's great because then you don't have to go back so far in your list of history stuff to find where you left off. I think that's pretty simple little thing that adds quite a bit of time savings. Even sent him he's very active on DP review. I wish, but I've emailed him 4 times and no answer. Josh, if you want to get a surefire answer from Roger Clark, go on Reddit. There's a Landscape Astro subreddit. He's on there quite a bit and post like the bluest, ugliest picture you possibly can, and I swear he'll like seek you out like a heat-seeking missile and do everything he can to correct that. All right, let's add some more contrast. So I duplicate this layer again, and you can see we lost all that information before that snapshot. All right, so we have a duplicated layer. This is where I do things that I don't think I've seen a lot on editing. So we have our duplicated layer. If you go up here and you set the layer information to soft light, you can play around with this. You can either do soft light, you can do overlay. Overlay is a little more contrasty. I usually just do soft light. I don't like to go crazy on this step. And you can, one thing I'm looking at here is like the horizon, because it's just gonna, it's gonna make your horizon a little crazy, and it's gonna look ugly at first. So I'm gonna stick with soft light. We go filter, other, high pass. This is how everyone's like, how do you make the Rho Ophiuchi complex blow out compared to everything else? This is it. Let's see. So let's zoom out a little bit. This is going to look super freaking ugly at first, but trust me. Trust me, guys. God, you can't even like see anything in the preview. Okay. So here is the Rho Ophiuchi complex. What are we looking for here? Let's zoom way in. Wish I could make this preview box a little bit bigger. So our radius right now is at 10 pixels. I usually set this to 150, but it's going to depend on your exact image. You can see as I slowly drag this slider, you're not going to see much here, right? And then get up into the hundreds. Boom, there's Rho Ophiuchi. You can see it coming out. I don't go like bananas just because the contrast starts getting a little ugly. But I usually set it to, you can go just like totally off the charts, like up to 1,000 or something. And you can see it in our picture coming in. So I usually just set it to 150. That's pretty good. Click OK. All right, so now we can you can see all these dust lanes. A lot of people will try to mask in these dust lanes and do like individual layers with crazy contrast curves. A high pass filter, I think, just saves a stupid amount of time, and it looks more natural to me. Now what looks really unnatural is you see all this edge glow. Like if you try to along here that's really purple, along the horizon that's like bright and ugly, and that's very unnatural to me. So what I do is I will mask this layer, come down here at the bottom of the screen, go add layer mask. I think you can also do layer and then add layer mask through there. But I just come down to this little icon here and do add layer mask. And then I push B for brush. And then we're going to increase this radius quite a bit. So I usually crank it up 500, 600, even more, depending on like the dimensions of your picture. And then we're going to change the color of this brush, make sure the color is black. So we're going to paint black onto this white mask. And Aaron's computer is going to melt right here.
Try it.
Is it even painting? Can't even tell. Did not paint. Oh, opacity is at 14.
I was just going to say,
Let's turn the opacity.
my flow is down too.
Yeah. Let's turn the opacity. I always do that. This is what happens when you have like 4 hours of sleep. All right. So you're just going to brush along this horizon, and you can kind of see just how it's making that horizon less like color splotchy, I guess is the best way. Edge glow. It just reduces that edge glow. And then we go, you right click on your mask over here, the white mask with the black paint. You do select and mask. And it's going to bring up this nice overlay of what your brush just did. And what I do here is I grab the feather and I pull this way, way up. You just have to let your computer kind of catch up to your, even my computer struggles with this part. Turn it up to like, you don't want to go too far, maybe like 500 is okay. You just want a nice gradual blend. So your that brush you just did, there's no like harsh, unbrushed to brush transition. Any minute now, man. This Mac is just going to blow.
And a Windows machine's going to burst out of the wall like a man.
All right, we'll set it to 400, but you get the idea. You just want this to be a nice transition, and you can see kind of down here, I've missed a little bit in that corner, but it's okay. You can always just add more. All right, so that's a good amount of contrast. The image is a little bright overall, so I'm going to bring down the background brightness. First, we flatten the image. Then again, we can duplicate the layer. If you want, you can take another snapshot here. I like to take snapshots when I'm doing this kind of stuff for the first time. Just because your history, you don't want to scroll forever through your history. Like, where did I make that change? And this is a good way to, using that snapshot function is a good way to avoid that problem. Okay, so.
Hold on for a sec. Let me just do a save on the video. How you feeling?
Good. Let me grab some water.
Yeah, take some water.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, I was actually returning it to you.
Oh.
That's perfect. And let me hit record on this and make sure everything's gone. Okay, you can go when you're ready.
This was great. Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, all lined up perfectly in a line. Yeah, I like that.
So how long ago was this? Because Mars was still on the right side of the core?
Yep, right there.
It was still up there, because right now it's really past.
Yeah, eventually we'll go retrograde, right? And Mars will come
And
back.
Jupiter's right inside this row of Fuki, messing it up.
Oh, that's not too bad. This is Jupiter.
Well, there it's fine, but it's big.
Oh, where it is now.
Right now, yeah. Oh,
yeah, I've been so busy with work, I haven't been able to.
Go enjoy
It's
the sky.
depressing. You can see we've added quite a bit of noise to the image. That's, that's normal at this point. But, I mean, if you're a pixel peeper like I am, you'll notice it. Ugh.
Pixel pervert.
Yeah. Lagoon Nebula looks good. I'm telling you guys, gotta use. You can see the Trifid Nebula pretty well. Yeah, I love looking over here. Ro, Fuki, Blue Horsehead. Alright, enough jaw jacking. What was I going to do? Okay, let's add a little more contrast.
Talk about snapshots. Do you want to talk more about snapshots? I cut you off at that point.
No, I think you get the idea. I mean, just using the snapshot function in your history, just, it saves you a little bit of time, especially when you're going through something for the first time. I know a lot of people are going to like go back and rewatch this, and um, it's just going to be a lot of stop and go as you move through this process. And I just like using the snapshots to kind of save me some shortcut time. Anyways, so I think overall the color balance looks pretty good, at least based on the histogram. To my eye, it looks I just want to pull down the darks so the sky actually looks dark. Like it's supposed to be a nighttime photo, and this will add some more contrast. I keep the highlights pretty close to where they should be. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this must have been close to Astro Twilight because the left side of the image is definitely much darker. And then again, update that histogram. So it didn't change the color information too much. You can see those 3 color peaks, they maintain their alignment on the back end, on the shadows end. All right, let's go flatten image. Now you can do noise reduction here, or I usually just wait a little bit to do it in Lightroom at like the last second. But we can see, I mean, it looks okay. Photoshop didn't like that. So let's add just a little bit. You don't want to smash the sharpness at this point. Okay, so that looks pretty good. The color noise more than anything, and then again, we'll look at our history and see how that affected it. It's easy to get heavy-handed with the noise reduction, and then you're like, oh, where did the blue horse head go? Well, you just nuked it into the noise reduction universe of bye-bye detail.
While that's loading, I'm going to crack open something cold. I wish I didn't have a background, guys. That was boring. I feel like just quartz, but it is what it is.
Yep, that looks pretty good. A little splotchy, but what are you gonna do? Also, keep in mind this resolution is like 20,000 by something. So, all right, let's do the next step. So at this point, looks like I got a little baby asteroid or something up there. The sharpness is still pretty good. So let's do the star size reduction. This is probably the one thing everybody's like, how do you do that? Oh, where did our actions go? So next to history, I have actions. There's lots of ways to do a star size reduction without it looking like junk. I think, a sky with no stars is obviously ridiculous, but that's, again, up to you in terms of how you want to take the artistic pathway to your final product. I'm going to show you 2 or 3 different ways to do this. It's up to you how you want to implement. I think the easiest way to do it, I have over here in our actions list, I've brought these actions with me. This is astronomy tools, and then there's also this Annie's Astro Actions. I think astronomy tools is a little bit better. Annie's kind of leaves a lot of artifacts, but these. So the astronomy tools is from Carboni's. I can pull up the. Let's see. I think it's Carboni astronomy tools.
We'll put all of these in the resources link on the
Yeah.
PDF that I'm putting together.
Sweet. It's $20, $22, but I think, you know, if you end up getting a longer focal length astrophotography, it's great for that. There's a lot of cool things this action set does for longer focal length stuff. I don't really use the action set for this wide angle stuff except for this star size reduction. So if we go to astronomy tools, there's this select brighter stars. We'll hit play, and this will almost certainly take 90 years. This is going to just go through a whole bunch of steps, and actually I can expand. You can expand the action, and you can see all the steps that it takes. It's pretty cool. New subscriber. Cool.
We've got 27 watching now, so you guys are awesome for sticking out to this live.
People are like, you're putting me to sleep. Sorry, I'm not great at doing the. This is why I don't do tutorials. I'm just like slow and rambling.
The content on the screen is gold. I don't care if you don't speak English. Everything up there is fantastic, and I can't wait to rewatch this.
All right, so we have our stars selected. Let's see how good the. I mean, this is amazing. Okay, so this is what this action has done. You can see it has basically selected all the stars, and how well it selects the stars is going to be really dependent upon your lens. This Sigma 50mm, the copy that I have, is like absurd how sharp it is. And you can even see it's like selected a satellite trail right there. Yeah, it's just a great action at doing that. And so if we go like all the way down to pixel level, you can see there's a little bit of a buffer around each star. Sometimes it doesn't do a good enough job and you have to expand it. You know, you can expand it by a pixel, and you can see here now there's a huge buffer around each star. I usually, for this lens, I don't do an expansion because the stars are so sharp that it does a really good job. What I usually end up doing is feathering actually by a pixel or so, and just kind of bringing that threshold around each star closer to the core of the star. And the reason you want to do that is when we do our minimization here. Okay, so let's hide the selection. No. Hide Photoshop. How do you do function H? How do you hide selection in freaking Mac? Shift H.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't use that hotkey ever.
You guys are
I
killing me.
disengage my selection, but I don't hide it. So, go up there to view and see what the view options are. Show. That part will show. Does it have selections?
Okay, hopefully it's still selected. All right. Guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
you'll filter, other, and then minimum. And this is going to look like crap right off the bat.
Will you know right off the bat whether the selection went away?
Yep. I mean, you can see I almost never do more than 1 pixel. Sometimes I'll do 2. We can just do 2 for, you know what. Yeah. And so this is where you can see where you have substantial stitching problems. Like if there is frame to frame or exposure to exposure differences, if you have star trailing in one image and there's no star trailing in the next, this will become readily apparent. So I can see automatically exactly where the first image and the second image were stitched. And I'm going to run my mouse right along here, but you can see the stars on the right side of this image are much more elongated, and there's a definite transition zone right here. So when we enable this minimization, Actually, that doesn't look too bad there. Sometimes when that's the case, when there's star trailing in one spot and not in another, it'll just look like garbage. And so you'll have to like basically start all over. Oh, Command H. I swear I did that. Thanks, Eden. No, see, I do Command H and it wants to hide Photoshop. Oh, maybe it's just hide extras. Anyways. Okay, so I just did two to exaggerate the problems that will occur when you do minimization. So this is the result of minimization. Hide extras. Thank you, Eden. Now we have all these black spots, and that's great. I mean, that's essentially the result of removing stars. But when you do that, you know, you nuke your image's detail. It becomes soft and bloated and doesn't look great. So I just did the 2 pixels to kind of exaggerate that. I usually just do filter, other, minimum, and then I'll select 1. I'll just set it to 1. 1 is usually pretty good at, you know, you want to keep these nice, larger, bright stars. You want to reduce the size of the smaller stars, but you can see we have this black, ugly ringing. And so if you try to like enlarge this picture and print it, it'll just look awful. So, but what we've done here is, this is great. I mean, it's so dark at Bryce. Sometimes you can't even see this dust detail around Ro Ophiuchi. This whole region right here. If I could pull up that other picture that I have, would be great. But you can just see like all this information here that's usually lost in the stars. And then same here, all this dust down here. I mean, it's noisy because these are just single exposures, but that's pretty cool that you can make, you know, the Ro Ophiuchi stand out so well against the background. Oh, the joys of living in a really dark state.
Amen.
All right, so we've done our minimization. There's still a lot of artifacts. You can see in the core, it just looks like splotchy, ringy, nasty. So make sure you go select, deselect. We're going to mask this layer. Now we're going to go to brush. I usually blow the brush up a little bit, you know, maybe like 1200 pixels. That's pretty good. I'll set the opacity to like 25%. I always start with the core and I just brush back in that information, you know, and it's going to get rid of, you know, it's going to bring the stars back essentially. But if you do it right, it looks a lot better. So I want the stars back in the core because I want that sharpness. And I kind of rub up to the edge here of Ophiuchi. Again, just kind of brushing this back in there. And that's going to add in your sharpness. You kind of have to, you know, just eyeball it. It's up to you how much you're willing to take in terms of those that ringing artifact. All right, so we've done the core. Let's zoom in a little bit. You can see those stars are back. There's not a lot of, I think people who go like super heavy-handed on the star size reduction, their pictures turn into these soft, you know, soft mess, and then you have, when you zoom in, when you're a pixel, you know, peeper like I am, you kind of zoom in, you're like, oh, look at all those ugly dark rings, but that's pretty good. But now you can see over here, you know, we have this transition from where the core was, and so what I do now is I reduce the opacity to like 15%, and I just work along the edges. You know, I'll turn this even larger, this brush, and then now it's up to you. You know, how much do you want to bring back those stars? You're going to obviously lose that dust information to the stars popping back into view. But, you know, you just have to decide, like, are you willing to take the the ringing artifacts, or do you want the dust information? And so I'll brush along here, and then I'll bring this size back down. You can still see this transition right here. Bring those stars back just so it's not so harsh. You bring back the. People hate satellite trails, but sometimes I like them. Sometimes I like having that like interesting object catch your eye. You can still see we have to crop that crap out of there. All right, come up here, and then same thing. I right click and do selected mask, and you can see like where exactly we just put a lot of effort into reducing star size. So I'm gonna feather this a little bit just so that the transitions between the areas that we reduced stars and theirs we didn't is a little smoother. And click OK. Taking this computer to the max. Push it to the limit.
I'm gonna do something real quick. This is frustrating me that it wasn't this way an hour ago,
What's
and
that?
it might frustrate other people. But let's do it. So I'm gonna bring this in a little bit more because you're having very rarely do you go to the bottom of the screen. But I'm gonna squeeze the screen a little bit.
Okay.
Just so that you can see every action you do at the very bottom. And that's something that I wish I could have done early on. I kept kicking myself the last 20 minutes. I was like, I see it. And I keep showing up in this shot right there. And I'm going to bring you down. Instead of showing me every time I butt into the frame.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much down there.
Okay. Guys, this should have happened an hour ago, but it happened at least.
Too big to export. There we go. All right, let's see. So you can see we've done a pretty good. I mean, you could probably go more, but it's nice, you know, hiding this layer and just seeing where the stars we've reduced are. Again, it's up to you how much you're willing to take in terms of the artifacts of reducing stars. So that's one way to reduce stars. We'll just leave that layer hidden. We'll duplicate this layer again, and I'll show you another way. So if you don't have the astro actions, you can do a color range selection. So we go to select, and then color range. Actually, let me zoom way in here. This is tricky. Sometimes this works, and sometimes it doesn't. So we'll go filter or select, color range. And this is kind of like, you just have to try different. So that's the beauty of tracking mounts, right? Like we can take a long exposure, we can lower our ISO, maximize our dynamic range, and so we have all this star color information. Like here's, you know, blue stars and yellow stars and red stars and orange stars. It's fantastic, and that's just something you don't get when you jack up your ISO to 3200 or 6400, and you're taking a 30-second exposure. You know, you clip all this color information. Like, look how blue this star is. You just don't get that without. So anyways, if we click various stars, like here's a really yellow one, you can kind of see the preview. We'll click OK and see what happens. This might, yeah, you can see it kind of selected the very core of that star, but none of the others. This is definitely very tricky with tracking mounts because you have just a crazy wide range of colors. So you just have to try different. You take your little dropper. I don't know if you noticed, but yeah, still not great. Deselect color range. Take our little dropper. Maybe pick a little more white of a star, maybe a smaller one if you can. So that's okay. There's more being selected. And what we can do is go select, modify, expand, and we can expand this. Let's just try 3 pixels, see what happens. So that's obviously that expansion is way too big. We'll go back to history and take a back step and then select expand. Just try 1 pixel. So that selection is okay. The problem with this color range is that the software is going to have a harder time deciphering these really small stars. And so you'll get kind of inconsistent results depending on your image. We've got a lot of stars here selected, but I definitely don't think the color range is as accurate and as extensive as the astronomy actions tool, the Carboni's. But we can do the same thing. So now we have our selection. Let's try Eden's hide extras. Oh, thank you.
Good job.
I am a shortcuts person, and whatever I can do to do that. All right, so again, we just leave it at 1 pixel. See what happens here. Yeah, a little bit, but you can see over here, it didn't do a great job selecting these stars on the right side. There's still a lot over there, and it's up to you. If you're okay with that, that may be a function of the star trailing that was occurring because that tracking exposure wasn't great. That's what happens when you just freeze and you're like, I want to go home. Eric, and what about reducing some background light? In other words, light pollution, somewhat like. So for dynamic background extraction, like you're referring to, people looking at Josh's comment, DBE is a PixInsight function that basically will reduce a gradient. Dynamic background extraction, at least in terms of deep space imaging, is the way you can left to right neutralize this background. So you see on the left side, my background up here in the corner is a little bluish green, maybe a little purple. And then down here over on the right, it's like red. And this night, it's red for 2 reasons. One being there was actually quite a bit of air glow. It's very diffuse in this picture, but in another picture I took, it was very bright. And then on the left side, it's because Astro Twilight must have just started or something. So in PixInsight, which is another much more hardcore editing program specifically designed for Astro, Deep Space Astro, it has this function where you can say, okay, this is background, all of this color information, this blue, green, purple to red transition, and the software will analyze your picture and it'll pull that information out, and what you'll be left with is essentially a very black background. Now, of course, the quality of that extraction will be dependent upon the amount of signal information that's there. So in the case of deep sky imaging, you really want to stack a lot of exposures so you know exactly what is signal and what exactly is background. And that's harder to do in Photoshop. So these are all single exposures. So how do I manage light pollution? Light pollution, I do the same way we did the, I'm just going to delete this color range selection because I don't think it was as good as the tools. So let's just delete this layer. Yes. We'll stick with this one so I can show you. So what we can do, Josh, what I usually do is I go back to the curves and I do all my background extraction using these RGB, oh crap, I still have my bad. Let's delete that curves, go select, deselect, no, don't reselect. What is it masking? Oh, there we go. So let's apply this curves. Let's just flatten this edge. So like I said, Josh, I do this all through these curves functions, and you can see, so your actual signal is essentially this large peak right here. You can pull this all the way down. I mean, you could even clip if you wanted to, and make it like totally black. And so, you know, if we just did this, you can see now I'm clipping a little bit into each of the color peaks, and that's about as good as you're going to get in Photoshop in terms of neutralizing that background. The reason I don't go this far is because a lot of times you end up clipping like air glow. You know, I'm a fan of air glow, and sometimes you can also clip a lot of the sensitive red information that is present in like the H-alpha objects of Rho, Ufuyuki, and stuff like that. That's very, you know, if you're not stacking, and I usually don't stack at this focal length, and you do this kind of stuff, it's pretty easy to clip that information out of there. So usually what I do is I'll leave it bright like this until I'm close to merging the sky with the foreground, and then I'll try to match the sky's, you know, overall background and illumination with that of the foreground, just so it looks more natural. I think if you pull down this information and extract the background as much as possible, it gets a little tricky when you're trying to match this foreground with or match this sky with its corresponding foreground. So it's up to you, though. I mean, you know, whatever works. There's a lot of light pollution here. Yeah, that's how I would do it, Josh. In Photoshop, you know, you don't really have, as far as I know, a better way. You can manipulate the curves, but in the end, I think the most simple way of removing background is by subtracting it with these sliders in the curves function. And then, you know, you can adjust the color. Like if you don't like having so much red here, you can add a curves point and pull that red down. Leave the red in your highlights though, because you want that red information to be retained from your H-alpha objects. You don't want to clip that all out of there. You know, that's kind of the result. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's delete this layer. So let's go back a few steps here to before where we flattened it. So we can delete this curves. Okay, so we did our star size reduction, and let me just show you one more like kind of interesting way to do this. A lot of people don't really do it this way, but if you go filter without doing any selection at all, we'll go noise and then dust and scratches. Sometimes this has, if you want to go a little more artsy fartsy with your image, I guess this is kind of the way to do it. So we can increase this radius to a few more pixels, set the threshold a little bit higher. So what this is going to do, you can kind of see in the preview here, it's nuking the stars, right? But it's going to make things a blurry mess. So really I just try to set this radius right where it's going to, you can see most of the stars have been pretty much eliminated. The threshold is kind of the noise threshold of the image. This went to a Benedetti night sky with such few stems. Yeah, you think this is all complicated. Joke's on you. No, just kidding.
Secret reveal.
Yeah. What are we at time? Well, 2:12 already. Okay. That's fine. We wasted a lot of your guys' time with the technical issues. So
Exactly. Sorry,
I'm not like in a rush or anything.
Sweet.
I know people don't want to like be here all day.
the foreground stitching and making it not
Oh, yeah.
blurry, that's definitely gonna get covered.
Yeah. So you can kind of see, I mean, the dust and scratches kind of has that cool effect too. Sometimes I like to combine the dust and scratches. So if I'm having trouble with this, with this ringing artifact that is occurring, what I'll do is I'll create multiple layers of this star size reduced image, and then I'll apply dust and scratches to the selection. Let me just show you. It's like, why am I trying to describe this? Let me just show you. So let's go back to this action set and do select brighter stars from astronomy tools. I can't even tell you how many hours I've spent trying to figure this out, Ross. It seems so simple now, but if you could have like seen me battling through this for 2 years. I've tried a lot of different stuff, that's for sure. But yeah, Josh brought up PixInsight, and dude, that software it's like the Roger Clark of editing software, that's for sure. But just funny because Roger has his own editing software, and I think it's terrible. Don't tell him I said that. Actually, I don't really care.
I hope he watches this.
Roger, your software is terrible. Sorry, bud. Okay. So we have our selection. Now if we go to that filter minimum, I'm not even going to hide it. Again, we'll leave it at 1 pixel, but what's going to happen is you're going to, we can see all this ringing stuff, and that looks like crap. So what I do, if this is a case where it's really hard to get rid of, if you have, sometimes for whatever reason, I've used this 50 millimeter, and it is so sharp that it's impossible to do star size reduction without getting ringing. And so what you can do is, so we still have our selection, and now we can go to this noise, dust, and scratches. I still do the masking and brushing, but and so you see here when I do this dust and scratches, instead of the whole image being kind of blurred, we can set this pixel radius a little bit higher, maybe 3. And you can kind of see it's blurring that. The stars are going to be lost from because that selection is still going to be there. Unfortunately, I need to run soon. I know this image doesn't have a lot of airglow, but could you talk about how to get that Eric Benedetti airglow? So that airglow, Shane, that's just going to come from tracking. I mean, it sounds kind of lazy to say, hey, that's just but it really is. It's a result of properly gathering enough signal, because when you have a short 30-second exposure, it's just not enough time to capture the photons of information from airglow. And when you do tracking mounts, like people are like, oh, Eric, your airglow is like crazy. I'm like, well, it's not that I'm necessarily doing anything crazy. Much like so we can see now when you zoom out, all this detail is present. Obviously, there's a lot of like artifacts from the star size reduction, but that's really how so you can set this opacity down to like 50%. That looks like way better. I mean, you can just see, maybe even like higher. So now we can see the Ophiuchi kind of really stand out against that background. And it's up to you, that obviously we've lost sharpness information here, but we don't have quite as much of that ringing crap, the dark rings from the star size reduction. So that, for me, is the easiest way to make the Ophiuchi colors and detail. And Shane, if you're not around, I'll show you how to, later on, soon I'll just flatten this image and we can, I'll do the saturation, so just increasing color information here. So, I don't really touch saturation in like Lightroom or anything like that. I think, shoot, no, oh, sorry, I wanted to discard that. This layer. Let's delete this layer. There we go. It's flat. I prefer to keep the image sharper. So, I do quite a bit of star size reduction, but I've been doing quite a few prints recently, and so when you print an image that has had significant star size reduction, it prints pretty ugly. So, at this point, well, like I said, I would do more curves just to bring down the background. Dang it. I always forget to deselect the selection. So it looks like deselect. Okay. Always do that. So Josh kind of brought this up. How do we keep this color information and bring down the background? And that's up to you. I usually do it. I look in the darkest section of the picture, your shadows, and this portion of the sky should be near dark. Obviously, there's going to be like air glow and stuff like that. So that's, pretty happy with that right there. And then the last thing I do, before we crop and then layer it over the foreground is a saturation. So I duplicate the layer twice. Oh. Okay, then go luminosity. A lot of people do luminosity masks and stuff like that. That's fine. I'm not going to go into that. I don't do a lot of stuff like that. And then soft light. So your first layer is a luminosity. Second layer is a soft light. You can see this saturation is absolutely absurd. Thanks, Shane. Have a good day. And so you go over here to opacity. We'll turn this down. I don't crush the saturation like Paul Wilson does. Paul Wilson crushes the saturation. His pictures are awesome, but he's taken his artistic license to a whole new level. And then if you're not happy with like the color of that saturation, again, you can add curves. We can go to red. So this is like really red to me. And we can pull down the red a little bit. That looks pretty good. How do you make this apply only to that? Do you know how to do that?
To make a mask apply?
Yeah. Option? There we go.
Oh, you got it.
Sweet.
It's one of those muscle memory things that you don't have in the tip of your head. Let me just do another stop on this. Let me grab the mouse.
Oop.
And
too big to export.
These files roll over, and so it's not like I need to stop recording there, but I always want to, and especially.
So
on
what
this
I could,
guy.
I don't know if you.
I have to hit record again. You don't know if I have to what? Are you talking
You
to
good?
them or me? I'm recording now, so
okay.
you can go.
All right. I don't know if you know this, but you can purge your clipboard. So if you're like me and you're working with these like massive files, you end up with like a lot of cache when you're working with the Photoshop, and so you can purge sometimes your clipboard. Like if I'll show you once we get to like pasting this over the foreground, you're literally copying like a 4 gigabyte file and applying it to like a 4 gigabyte file, and there goes like 8 gigs of memory.
Oh gosh.
Anyways, so that's okay. Saturation, we can change. Let's go red. you can kind of see, you know, if you don't want it so red, the saturation. This is applying only to the saturation, keep in mind. So if you don't want the saturation of your reds to be like, boom, you know, you don't want it all the way up here, you know, we can pull the saturation of that red down, but still keep the saturation of the blues and, you know, the other colors too. I think this, so the way this does, doing saturation this way with the luminosity and the soft light, what that's doing is it's taking the RGB values from each pixel, and it's saying, okay, I'm gonna like double that R, G, and B, instead of like doing it in Lightroom or another way where you're multiplying, and so colors tend to get out of hand pretty quickly. All right, so that looks okay for that. Let's open up our foreground now, and then actually let me crop this ugly thing that I missed. Yeah, the computer's like, enough of this.
It's ready for a break too.
Even if we lose a little bit, it's okay. All right, let's open up the foreground here and melt the computer. So when we stitch the foreground exposures together, you might have noticed that the image size of the foreground was significantly different from the sky. What the heck happened? I'm not too worried about this. Okay, so let's go image. Let's look at this size of this. So right now, what are the odds of that happening? The width landed exactly on 20,000.
0,000.
Yeah. So the width is 20,000. What I like to do is I like to look at my foreground here. So let me just hide this. And kind of get an idea of where the landmarks of the horizon that I left in the sky match with that of the foreground. And so you can see I included much more width in the foreground. So this needs to be cropped in pretty substantially. Pull this up and just, you know, a lot of times I'll warp this image to include a little bit more of that information, but you know, we've spent enough time on this image already. So let's see if that, you know, we can look up here in the rock, and we can kind of see what rock features are there, and you know, basically we have those three ridges. So that's pretty close to matching. And then on the right side, you know, it crops on the right side just probably, might even be more, I can't remember. Anyways, so you can see our sky is quite a bit brighter than the foreground, which is fine. Let's flatten the image and duplicate the layer. All right, so blending. This is always fun. What I end up doing is I kind of brighten this up quite a bit. The reason I do this is we're going to go to our quick selection tool. We're going to select just this. I don't know if Aaron's computer is going to be able to.
Hasn't given out yet.
This is the part that melts my computer.
Sadly, this computer doesn't have the best 3D and video card control.
And this image was really hard. I don't know why my computer really struggled with selecting just the rock here. I'm not going to make this look real pretty because I want to get to the trees editing. So Ross is going to take off. All right, thanks, Ross.
See you, Ross.
It'll be there for you later.
Yeah. This will be ready and more. So try me.
Alright, so we've done that. So we could switch this to the deselection and deselect the sky that got selected by mistake. And hopefully, so that definitely did not select all the foreground. We can kind of, I mean, I could just, if you just quick mask, yeah, it didn't even select like huge portions of the foreground there. Yeah, I don't know what was going on here. Like, I don't know why this was so hard to mask. And my computer was like, nope, I don't want to do that. All right. I don't want this to look too crappy, but this isn't, this part isn't rocket science. You basically have to select the foreground with your quick selection. This probably won't stick too much into the sky. You can see how much the Milky Way rose. So when I did the foreground, the Milky Way was still down here quite a bit.
Oh, hear my stomach.
You want a granola bar?
I have a whole bunch of food right there. It's really noisy, so I'm gonna open it up right now. We'll leave a break. We've got some Triscuits, got some crunch going on, pistachios, some pistachios.
So one thing I could do is like zoom in on the horizon here. You can see what little sections didn't get selected. This is the painstaking process. So I'm not gonna like brutally beat you over the head with this, but basically I just go along the whole horizon here, and there's parts that like up here that didn't get selected, so they got to be reselected. All along here, there's this selection here where it got into the sky a little bit. Pull that back. Usually Photoshop does a pretty good job. I mean, this isn't horrible considering it was a 5-minute, not even a 5-minute, 2-minute selection job. Then I go back, I delete this like crazy curves layer that was just used to, you can see all this stuff here that didn't get selected. Let's just try and get some of this in here, just so it's not hanging out looking ugly.
I'm gonna sneak behind you.
If you guys have any questions, you can always email me later on. I realize we've been doing this for quite a while now, so if you got stuff you're concerned about.
Hey Eric, I haven't told you this today yet, but I'd like to create a group, a Facebook group for just the workshop participants, where they can post a question so you can answer the question once.
Sure.
And then they can all see the answer. Would you be willing to participate in that?
Sure.
Awesome.
All right, so after we had our selection, I just made a mask of that selection. And then same thing, we go select mask, right click on that mask and do select and mask. And we're gonna make the size quite a bit bigger. You don't want to make the size huge, but maybe like 150 would probably work. And then we're going to brush along the edge of the horizon. And this is gonna kind of refine that mask that we made of the selection. If you don't do this part, you will have this harsh transition from the foreground that was masked to the sky, which is probably not going to match the brightness level of the foreground. And this is a good way to like really refine that selection and make the foreground look more natural when it's blended with the sky. You can see down here these parts didn't get included in the selection, and that's fine. You probably won't notice that. It's ugly, quick and dirty. We'll get to the trees because. So after this, I'll bring in the sky. We'll open up the crop of the foreground, and I'll bring in the sky here. And then it's really up to you how much you want to like push your. So what I do is I'll go image size. We'll see. So actually I probably cropped a little too much out of the foreground, but that's fine. I go back to the sky that we have up here. Do select all, and then copy all, and then we'll go here, do crop. Unfortunately, you have to go. Well, thank you, Mary Beth. Have a good day.
See ya, Mary. Can you talk into that mic for a sec?
Can you hear me?
Talk close, like really close to it.
Yeah. Is it doing anything?
I'm not getting visible levels, but I hear you. So I know we're recording something. I just think it's so quiet. Check, 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 check. Okay, well. Yeah.
Okay. So now we have, it's pretty close to matching the dimensions here. What I end up doing is, I don't know if you noticed that, but I took the sky layer. You put the sky layer in between your duplicated and masked foreground layer, and then what we'll do here is we'll go edit, transform. You can warp it a little bit, try to get your sky to more closely match. That looks pretty good there. Horizon's always tricky. And then from this point, it's just a constant battle to get things to align well. So we can see. So the scale of the foreground is a little bit smaller than, or larger than the sky. And you can see where I screwed up and didn't include enough foreground, so you kind of have to drag that down. It's cheating, it's not going to match perfectly, but such is life when you're freezing. But overall, that looks pretty good. Another thing you can do, if you notice that, say your sky is a little bit smaller or your foreground's a little bit larger, you can we'll go back into that edit and then transform, and we go edit, transform, and scale. All right, thank you, John. Have fun on your trip.
See you, John.
And this will kind of make the sky scale a little bit larger. You can see it matches a little bit better. Oh yeah, the Lyrids are this weekend, huh?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, so that's pretty good. Last thing I do is if I'm super lazy, I'll cheat and I'll essentially just hide this foreground, the blurry foreground, as much as possible below the, and you can see that doesn't really match all that well, but it is what it is. This is why I always include foreground in my sky shots. Everyone's like, why do you do that? I'm like, well, because it's a lot easier to edit when you do. And then there's going to be a little bit of like, still blurry foreground. So the last thing I do before I flatten this image, we go to clone stamp. Where is it? Which one of these has it? Let's purge the clipboard, which is now got gigabytes worth of data chewing up RAM. Bring down the crop. Oh. Okay. You can kind of see there's like some crappiness along this ridge up here. Where the heck is the clone stamp? Oh, here it is. So we can zoom way up in here. There's all this like improper masking, and really, if you want to get down to it, you could go back to the select and mask here and keep. You can adjust your feather. We can feather it. We can shift the edge. This is not gonna. So this will bring your foreground edge further away from what you actually masked, or closer, just depending on how far you want to go. You can kind of see it reappearing there. Your image will look, proportionally better to how much time you spend on that quick selection and masking process of the foreground. We did it super fast just because I want to get to the trees section. But if I take my time, I'll make sure I have a very defined mask selection along this foreground layer, and that'll reduce all this ugly splotchiness. So the last thing I do, I go to the clone stamp, and you see there's still like some blurry edges here. Anything extra if there's another row of the sky that needs a line? No. So the extra row, Kirk, would come during our stitching in PT GUI, and that's just up to you to make sure PT GUI actually stitches those shots together. Unfortunately, the version we had didn't allow us to do masking and stuff like that, but in the basic version, you can pick control points, and those are stars. So if you have multiple rows of sky and it's having trouble aligning, you can pick a star from one image and pick that same corresponding star in another image, and then PT GUI will match those images and blend them together. That's the way to do that. All right, so let's look at this clone stamp. I just blow this up pretty big, and then oops, that's not what I want. So we take a clone stamp, I make sure you're selecting it on the sky, and then I usually set the opacity to 50% so you're not like making it super obvious. And then I just go along the blurry section and essentially just clone out any blurry spots using on the Mac you have to hold Option, and you see how it changes the cursor from the stamp to this little target. Now you pick color close to the blurry, and then I go through and I'll just stamp out any little blurry sections that might remain. And this is essentially how we go about doing the tree section. but the trees will be much harder. I won't do the whole tree picture. So anyways, so you just use a clone stamp. You know, there's still a little bit you can see here. There's some more blurriness over here. And, you know, you just have to spend the time going through and making sure everything that you have is aligned properly, masked properly, and then, you know, it looks what you think is natural or not. Okay. So this would be, you know, close to the final picture. Obviously, I would spend a significant more time making sure this foreground is masked along the rocks so it doesn't look all splotchy and crappy like it does there, but otherwise it looks okay. Maybe I'll flatten image.
That's looking awesome from here.
And then File, Save As. And I save it as a TIFF. And the last thing I would do is just open it in Lightroom, you know, and I use Lightroom if I want to do like little spots that need to be healed up, you know, or you need to clone out airplane trails. I use that. Maybe add, you know, a little noise reduction if it needs it. But, you know, generally there's, you know, that's just up to you if you want to add more vibrance, if you want to shift the color balance a little bit here and there, add a little bit of saturation in spots. You can use Lightroom to kind of, you know, put those finishing touches on an image and then export it from there if you use Lightroom to manage your image collection. But that's you know, that's pretty much the imaging, the post-processing process workflow that I take for this kind of stuff. So,
Can you save that?
sure.
Save it to that computer so that I can use it as an example, because that's awesome.
So
Just awesome.
I'm going to save it as a TIFF so it's not 20 gigabytes.
I appreciate that, especially since you didn't fully do the foreground.
Yeah.
You're not going to want to keep it forever.
No. Yeah, you can totally hang on to this. All right. So do you want to do a little bit of that tree editing? What
Yes.
time is it? So let's get into that
Please.
for like an hour. How does that sound?
Do that for another hour?
I won't spend a ton of time doing the sky editing just because it'd be the same repetitive process as this.
Let me ask these guys, vote right now. Do you want to do a quick Q&A session before you need to go, and we can record the tree session and you guys can come back and see that. So we can do Q&A right now, then trees. So vote. If you want trees right now, say trees. If you want the Q&A, type Q&A.
Yeah, I mean the Q&A, you can ask me, you know, anything you think is important. And then the trees will, you know, would just be another editing of this essentially, just a little bit different. Who's left?
Anyone voted? There's 25 people there, so. Or is it 25? What's in it right now?
What is peak
24.
concurrent?
Trees from Kim.
Trees.
Do we have a number 2? A second.
Oh, there's Q&A, trees and trees.
Ooh, it's tied. 2 and 2. So Josh and Kim, you're going into a death match. Okay, wait.
Thunderdog.
Either works.
Oh, trees.
We've got a non-violent,
Ugh.
resistant, or what do they call it when they say they're not committed to any side? What do they call
Switzerland.
it?
Canada.
You gotta start counting these now. I'm losing track.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ambivalent.
Ambivalent. What is it? Objector. A conscientious.
With lots of branches. Oh, conscious objector. Yeah, you're right. With lots of branches. All right. What do you think? Trees?
Q&A has lost barely by a branch.
So with this tree picture, I've already done the stitching. It's just sky and foreground. Actually, I'm not even going to do the whole sky because it takes...
Real quick, guys. If you have Q&A questions that you know you wanted to ask or wanted to, and if you just had things you wanted to ask, send them to me right now and you can take off.
That's totally
If
fine.
you're wanting to hear what other people ask, well, you'll hear it either way. So, trees for now.
All right, so I'm not going to go crazy with this heading. Actually, let's just freaking crop it down. We don't need to do all of it.
I'm going to start a recording again here.
Okay. So this was a great picture. This is one of my favorite pictures from last year. I'm going to leave those trees there. Do you want to reset this or just keep it?
Let's just keep it, because I did reset it recently enough, and
Okay.
so we'll keep it. I just hope I'm not running out of hard drive space. I freed up some, but I only really had like 160 gigs that I was filling up with video.
Ooh.
So hopefully.
All right, I'm just going to smoke through this editing real quick. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
I'm not going to like do anything crazy. I'll do just a little.
Can you go over to a Finder window and let's just see what we're doing? Just go over here and then let's do that white trackpad 4 fingers over. And then look at that Finder window. Can you click on scroll up? I guess no. I guess it's just. Where's my Aaron folder? Just click on just finals, and then maybe it'll give me a data of the existing space. Can you maximize this screen? Hit the green. Okay, 47 gigs available, so we're coming close.
Okay, I'll just smoke through this real fast and then
Sweet.
we'll go straight.
And then you can 4-finger that back to go over. 4-finger swipe, and you got it. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Slightly off topic. Do you remember what is the field of view of polar scope?
Is that a Q&A shot? Let's keep that for Q&A, Eden. I'll save it right now.
I cannot remember, Eden. I'm
Maybe
sure
you'll
a quick Google would definitely give that answer, though.
So, did you from Q&A? You actually are good. You can't really answer any better than that.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top. I can Google it in about 2 seconds, though. Let me just get through this.
When you do the Q&A, we'll address it.
Okay.
Good question, though, Eden. Sorry that he's not able to answer off the top of his head. You stumped him.
All right, that's about it. I'm going to do on the curved stuff. This was like a remarkably easy image. Oops, I'm a dork. Probably like, oh, you're going so fast, but this is literally all the same exact stuff that I just did. Okay.
I think we should also spend a little time with some specific masking and work on the edges that you couldn't get to, and so we can do that when you get back in May.
Okay.
If that sounds all right with you.
Yeah, that'd be totally fine.
I could come to you at your desk. We can use your computer, make it a little more simple.
Sure.
Awesome, because I think these guys would love to see it, and I'd love to see it. So let me make it as easy as possible to add that into the course.
Yeah, I've got a lot of trips in the next 4 weeks, so it'd probably have to be like mid-May,
Okay, mid-May is good to know.
mid to late May, somewhere around there. Probably after the next Milky Way window.
Okay, sweet. That'll give people a chance to actually go and do it and find
Sure.
some new questions.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just do a quick star size reduction for giggles. Let's see if I can find that star measure. Select, modify, let's feather this a couple. That was too much. Oh yeah, see this was a good one. Not a lot of like, what you want to call it, ringing. 7 degrees? No. Oh, maybe that's right. I was thinking focal length. Look at all those satellites and stuff. Crazy. All right. I'm not going to spend. Just drop this down. Okay. So, we're doing trees. Trees are the bane of my existence. And they'll be the bane of your existence too. So, this is the foreground from that image, which turned out fantastic. Let's just crop this. You guys don't care about this. Just crop this in so it doesn't take the computer 10 trillion years to... Alright, so we have our tree nightmare. Look at all these complex branch trees.
Mirror Lake.
Actually, this was just over, so from Bald Mountain Pass, parking in the parking lot there, and then hiking kind of up over the hill. There's a whole bunch of ponds right there that are really cool. All right, so we duplicate the layer just like we did before. I'll do our quick selection. We'll try to take a little more time. Let's actually add our curves to kind of create a bit more contrast. Do this because the quick selection sometimes struggles figuring out what is tree and what is not tree. So I'll add that contrast curves there to like really blow out the highlights, but you can see it's still, this is just a nightmare. And where I didn't take very much time with the rocks, I will spend an enormous amount of time sometimes. Obviously I'm not gonna, I think I probably spent 3 or 4 hours just masking the trees in this image when I first made it. You just have to go so slowly. And if you use a larger brush size, it'll quickly select a lot of stuff. See, it just like jumped right there, and it'll show you how to fix that. Yeah, trees are so dang hard. Now I just spend more time figuring out where I can shoot that don't have trees.
It's not up there, that's for sure.
I know. And I spend so much time in UNS too. Basically from like, I don't know, July through September, I'm basically up there every weekend just because it's so close and so convenient.
You seen Kathy's question? She's asking if it's possible to do any of this on Luminar or Paint Shop Pro. You tried either of those?
I have never tried either of those.
It's certainly possible on Luminar, but I don't know about Paint Shop Pro.
Another kind of common one is, oh my gosh, it's just brain farted the name. It's free too. GIMP. Oh gosh! You see what just happened?
Did I just have you selected?
I just like
You lost all the selections.
Yep. So usually I'm not so dumb and I unclick, but I'm like trying to hurry here. So yeah, trees suck. You just saw why trees suck. I just spent like 5 minutes selecting all that and I lost. Dude, it's just crazy. Crazy what we do for a hobby. Huh?
It's almost like we're masochists. We're Milky Way masochists.
No joke.
So, Josh had a question and Nathan had a question. So when you are done selecting intricate detail, check it out. I won't say anything because I think I caused that last one.
No, I try to get to the top of the trees too. Basically, you want to select as much of the dark area, and then we'll worry about
deselecting the light area. I don't know, this might not be the best way. I mean, I've tried a lot of different ways, and this was the one solution. The more branched your trees are, the more you will hate you ever took a picture. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I guess that car salesman didn't want me to buy that car. He never called back.
It's like, I don't want to sell this today.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the greatest, but you kind of get the idea. So now there's just these massive, like, fill in. Oh, you can see all the hot pixels too. That's kind of cool. Okay, so let's deselect. You kind of have to zoom in here, and then we're going to try and deselect as much as possible. Bring down the size. Basically just want to get most of the black areas selected. There's going to be gaps in the branches no matter what you do. I don't want to like spend tons of time doing this. It's possible to do any of okay. And after this tree nightmare, can you talk a little about what you do? There is stars, Milky Way between the branches, like on a tree. Do you think the selection process would be easier with a tablet? I cannot say for sure about the tablet. I would think if you were using, anything without highly responsive or sensitive. MilkyWayMask.com. Yeah. No joke.
So you were answering a question, but we didn't hear you're answering a question, we didn't hear the question. So what was that last one you said?
I don't know about a tablet. I can't imagine that a tablet would be easier.
Oh, it's selection.
Maybe if it was a pen tool.
It's not, because the best part about a tablet is that you can paint and lift your pen, and so a selection that you're constantly putting down, it's almost easier to use a mouse and hold down the button and click, click, click. But honestly, a pen tool is an easier mouse that takes getting used to.
Sure.
And so if you want to try it out, I'm sure you'll like it, and you'll do selections easy that way because you can just draw around the tree branch instead of using your whole wrist.
The only danger about using a drawing selection tool is that sometimes even if you took like 6 hours and perfectly drew around every branch of this tree, I've had, I used to do it that way with the lasso tool and stuff like that. And
right.
Sometimes it just didn't work at all.
It still doesn't look organic.
No.
It still looks like there's this weird aliasing that's happening.
Yeah. I'm not going to do all this picture because, like I said, when I did this originally, I spent, I don't even know, hours. And then I was like, why did I do that? You can see all the quick selections I have here. Okay. So I'm just going to like crudely do this, but not as bad as I did with the previous image. So we have a kind of a junky selection. Same thing, we'll mask, select and mask. And at first I leave this pretty big. And it's the same thing, you're going to brush this quick selection. And then this will do a pretty good job, but not perfect. see that's done actually a pretty good job. I wonder if they updated this tool. It's definitely a little bit better than I think the last time I did it.
It's confusing.
So this part used to just take so long, and it would often leave a lot of the branches unfilled. Make sure you get down along here. So if I, like I said, I would normally spend a couple hours probably doing the quick selection, and this part would, the more time you spend on that quick selection, the better this refinement selection will be. Right now, this is kind of a very crude. Again, it's just how much you want to torture yourself just going through that quick selection. And so it's done a pretty good job, but there's definitely going to be edge glow along a lot of these tree branches, especially these more clustered ones here. And you can just, so what I'm doing right now is I just keep brushing along where I see edge glow, and the tool continually refines around that, kind of like that glowing section of the tree. And I just keep doing this over and over and over, more repetitive processes. Okay, so now what we'll do again, we'll just open up our crop, go back to our sky, select all, copy this, paste it. So you can see the sky, I must have like resized it or something before I saved it. Let's do undo paste. Image size. Yeah, I must have just like totally resized it. So 9500. So okay. So this tree cluster over to the right one. Just a bit like here. So let's see what that looks like. Not great, huh? Trying to see. So I try to match the trees. This one at the top there. Jeez.
So what's happening? What are you looking for?
Trying to match the trees here. So what I have in my sky shot, is a bunch of blurry trees, but you can kind of tell where those trees, should.
It looks like a different zoom.
Yeah. So, what you could do is a scale function. Yeah, I'm just doing this to see which trees match. So it must be that one. There it is. Normally I would just resize the images and get them to match the same resolution. Now you can kind of see which trees are supposed to match with which ones. So I did an edit, transform, scale to scale the two images together. I usually never upscale the sky. I usually always downscale. Oops. I'll always downscale something. When you upscale something, it just messes with the nasty resolution. And then the last thing I'll do is just warp it a little bit more to get those trees to more perfectly line up. It's pretty close right now in terms of the trees aligning fairly well. And that looks okay right there. So now what we have are just a bunch of blurry trees essentially that have soft edges that still have to be removed. And I kind of did this, and you can kind of see an edge glow along the foreground trees. So what we can do is take our lasso tool and I'll lasso right along the horizon of the foreground. Make sure you have the foreground selected when you do this. What's he say? Maybe I'll try luminosity masks for aid in selections. Yeah, I've tried that. It just trees, man. Sometimes a luminosity mask leaves nasty edges. I just don't know how else to describe it. All right, so I should have feathered that. That doesn't matter. So normally I just feather that, and then I'll add curves, and then I'll apply that curves only to our masked foreground. And what you can do is bring down the brightness of those highlights. So all that edge glow is highlight information. You might have to do multiple curves, and obviously my mask here, you can go back and select the mask, and again you can do a feather. You can pull up this feather, shift the edge a few percent. The more you do it, the more you shift the edge in one direction or the other, you're either going to lose detail on those trees or you're going to gain more edge glow. So I only do a few percent at a time. And this is like additive. So if you did like 1 pixel of feather and like 3 pixel shift edge or 3% shift edge and hit OK, and then did it again, it's like an additive process. But your goal is to just slowly bring down that edge glow quite a bit. And then what I do is I'll go back, I'll grab the lasso tool, and I'll lasso this time on the sky right along those edges. Not too much. Did I do, I didn't do a feather. Let's do select, deselect. I like to do this, especially for the sky. The foreground doesn't matter as much, but a feather of like 100 pixels or maybe 200 pixels, depending on the resolution of your image, that kind of cuts back on like the harsh transition from this lasso tool. Doesn't have to be like super perfect. And then same thing, we'll do a curves adjustment. We'll just kind of bring that up. So now we're more matching that edge glow of the trees that looks like junk to the background of the sky. And then you could also, if you want, like if you notice your sky is a little purple and the edge glow is green, now that you have this this curves applying just, let's make sure this is applied just to this layer. You can you can adjust the hue by, again, going back to the RGB. If you notice that it's a little too purple and you want to match the green of the trees, you can pull out a little bit. You got to be careful though. You see I did 8 there, and that edge horizon now looks a little too green. Same thing here. You can go back to this selection we did on the foreground with this curves and maybe pull out a little bit of the green so it better matches the sky, and you lose you lose that edge glow a little bit. This takes a lot of finesse, and it's going to just depend on how much patience you have to sit here and draw in a mask, a layer mask, and create new curves, and it has to be just gentle. If you go crazy with this, and start just throwing wild curves around, you see what happens, right? It's not great. And so work those curves. Make sure you're doing a feather. You can see where we didn't do the feather here, and you can see this harsh line. Whereas when you do the feather, you blend it more naturally. Okay, so there's still a lot of blurriness. The more you do the mask refinement with the selected mask, the more you work on using these curves to create layer masks over that to match the brightness, the cleaner the transition from the trees to the sky will be. And then the last thing I do is, again, I go back to the clone stamp tool, and I set the opacity, usually around 40 to 50%, maybe a little bit lower depending on how much blurriness there is. And I will painstakingly just zoom on into this blurry nastiness. And then if you go, let's see, what is it? Option. So if you, on Mac, if you hit Option, it turns that bullseye. And again, you just kind of have to, make sure you select the sky, and again, target that sky, and then just slowly go through and use that clone stamp tool, making sure you select sky around where you want to clone, and then clone out that kind of blurriness edge along the trees. And again, this will just take your time, because the faster you go through it, the more you'll notice the clone stamp. You just kind of want to blend out that black blurriness that edges along each of the trees. Trying to just give you an idea of what happens. Like here's some really dark areas. And same thing, if you use 50%, you can kind of see the clouds have started to roll in here, and so you use that cloud layer to mask out that dark, but the colors have to be pretty close. If you go over here and you accidentally click on that black section, now you're cloning in black. So just be aware of where you're selecting with your clone stamp, and slowly go through it. And if you get into stars like up here, and if you clone stamp like that star, look what happens. Now you've got like 50 of Saturn or whatever popping up in your picture, and that doesn't look good. So yeah, setting the opacity of the clone stamp low, between 40 to 50, maybe even a little bit lower, and then making multiple passes and cloning out that black over slow, matching the color and all that kind of stuff. So that's really how I deal with trees. I know this was like way too fast. And I'm happy to talk to people, through email, or if we set up that Facebook page, that's
We created
fine.
it already.
Great.
People are joining.
But that's the life of trees, man. You can see all this edge glow. I would spend hours just going through and doing these like curves and edge refinements and color corrections. You can see they're kind of like green in there, and it's just all about neutralizing that kind of highlight edge glow so it matches the background of the sky, and then spending an ungodly amount of time clone stamping. If you can think of a better way, please tell me, because I mean I've just, I don't even know how many hours I've spent doing this kind of stuff.
All right, I'm gonna close out this video and that one. We are going to, guys, go to the Q&A right now and end this whole live feed so that we can get you guys some peace, as well as get a chance. I'm gonna record the screen though, just in case you need to do anything on it with these questions. But it could be anything. Ask absolutely anything, and I'll explain some of this more in the course in the Facebook group, because it's an easy place to let everyone know and send emails. But you guys will have this content set up. If you bought the Milky Way course, you know what it looks like. I'm going to use that again, where I can put these things down in modules and bring this edited video together so you can see quickly. Here he is working on trees. It's not just one video of post-processing. It's going to be, I guess you can't really see me. If I lay in his lap, you can see me.
I forgot we had this little.
I cropped it out. There's going to be, specifically you can see, okay, this is when he post-process trees, not just post-process for 2 hours. So it'll make it easier to find, replay it, watch it, enjoy it, and then I'll have you guys available downloads in the future, but it's not going to be immediate. So let's get to the Q&A. I'm recording it right now. I'm going to ask the first questions, and then you guys can ask there. But Eric, we have these from earlier today, so let's go for it. First off,
Just 1 second. So John Danielle, you could do tracker on and off for horizon and trees, and prefix before making a large panorama. I'm not sure what you mean about prefix. I mean, you could do it the very lazy way and just not include trees in your tracked image, your tracker on image, but then you'd be, you'd lose, like in this case, if I didn't include any trees, I would lose a large portion of the actual sky there. So yeah, I'm just not sure exactly what that means. I'm sorry you missed most of the video, Cheryl.
Yeah, no kidding.
But it was recorded, and if you have any questions while you watch the video, you can post in that Facebook group, and I'll try to. So you shoot tracker on for the stars, yes, that's correct. Then tracker off for the foreground, yes. Using 2 cameras instead of 1 counterweight. Yeah, I mean, I do that anyways, John. Like I shoot the stars of the tracker on and then the foreground off. The tricky part is my suggestions for doing that would be to match your exposure from the sky to the foreground. So if you say you did 2 minutes at ISO 800 and f2.8 for your sky, also do 2 minutes at ISO 800 and f2.8 for your foreground. That way, the highlights of your foreground match your sky. That'll reduce this crappy edge glow quite a bit. Anyways,
Eric, real quick, let me just stop this recording of audio and just start a new file. Make sure that's good. As well as some of these questions might not need the screen, but I'm going to keep it recording either.
Okay.
I'm going to just need you to give me a heads up when it does require you to go over here, so that I can include it without burning through the hard drive space.
That sounds good.
But I want to give you a little bit better view. So can you turn around towards the camera this way?
Sure.
And I'm going to put it on their screen. So they're going to see you look at their answers and you answer them this way so that the Q&A has a little bit less. Let me, how hot are you feeling? Starting to warm up in here, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not like sweating or anything.
You're not sweating? Okay. I'm just going to move this light off of you. It's so hot right now.
That Hansel, he's so hot right now.
Hansel is so hot right now. What's his name? Mubaka or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Wait, real
Kathy.
quick. I need to change something before you start going into
Oh.
that answer. Let me get the recording going here, recording going there. Let me jump over there.
Maybe I'll
And
run the restroom real quick.
you want to learn the restroom? Okay, cool. I'll put myself in front of the camera while I fix this up and drink your water. So I'm going to move this mic, guys, so that it'll hopefully be great in the recording. Because he'll be looking this way. And let me get that up on your screen. So this worked before. Can it work again? Video capture device. Okay. And no, it's not recognizing the King iPhone. It's probably a bad sign that it won't recognize the King iPhone at all. Thanks, you guys, for hanging with us all morning and all day. This has been a fun, long, tiring day. I mean, I know you have a fun time when you're this tired, this exhausted, and you think, oh, how fun that was. That was a blast. So I'm glad that you guys might feel the same way too. Movie recording, come on. Let's go King iPhone. That's the problem right there, is the King iPhone is not showing up. Let's go ahead and kill this. I'm going to make sure the King iPhone can be found again. Now you guys are watching me up close. Eric's on his way back, so don't worry. This won't just be me staring at you guys. Alright. Alright. Let's make sure that QuickTime finds me again. Where'd my mouse go? It's stuck over here. It's confusing when you're mirroring your screen, because then when it's over here in the recording, I can't tell where it's moving to. Oh, I unplugged this mouse. That's why. I gotta plug it back in. I thought that it has the same exact texture of a cord as the iPhone. So I unplugged both to make sure I had the right one. And King's iPhone. Come on. Find me. Almost worked. QuickTime player. Think of your questions, guys. Eric's right here. If this doesn't work this time, I'm just going to record it with your guys' camera here. So don't worry. I'm not going to keep going and make you have to wait for this. Aha! I don't have to worry. Don't have to worry. We're just going to go big. You guys aren't going to worry about all of this. Plug in your mouse again. Okay, so if you need to do anything, this is available. I don't want to mirror it. Actually, I do want to mirror it. So you got a call there from possibly your car.
Hello.
He's got to take this call, guys, for this moment. But here we go. Let me get sure this mic is working.
Sure, we'll be. Yeah, that's so fine. Give me like 2 minutes.
2 minutes only? Okay, cool. I'll entertain. Alright, guys, to make sense of everything that's going on here, we have, let me show you. Still not using this mouse, right? But, where's a Chrome window? Let's get a Chrome window over here.
Okay.
Right. Now,
I've got the Milky Way course. Milky Way course. Where can I find it quickly? Let me bring this Chrome window off frame for a moment till I get this right. So what I'm going to show you is how you're going to find your content later for those of you who aren't in the Milky Way course already. And those of you in the Milky Way course, thank you guys. Thank you for being patient as I work through the divorce situation and lose my studio so I can't finish working and get modules 5 and 6 out. But now as you've seen this setup right here, it's so much better. We're on our way to having all those recordings done and good to go. So awesome, Milky Way, blah blah blah. Sent mail. Just got to make sure I have one where I sent it to someone recently. Access to the live feed.
Yeah.
No. Awesome, Milky Way. I should save this link. I really should. It feels foolish that I don't already have it. But
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, keep me posted if you hear anything else, and I'll get back to you.
let's see, graphics on the. Okay, I know this has got it. Let's go graphics. Kautham has been working with me. He's actually on this course as well.
Well, thanks for.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Star Tracker exclusive.
Bye bye. All right. Let's.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm not going to show you guys this. I'll explain it to you in another place. No worries. Let's show Eric again. Okay, so hang out right here. And unfortunately, the mirroring that's happening, I want this to come over there. And then this will exist right here. It won't be as bad. And video capture device. Oh, it's not that one. Oh yeah, we can change cancel. I don't want to ruin it. King's iPhone. Okay. That won't have so much craziness going on where you see this giant thing. So, Eric, go ahead and jump in. Then make sure the mic is working on you. And you actually should swipe that over to the questions, unless you just want to take the questions from me.
Let's see.
Was anyone out there right now still working? No, but I'm going to shut this still. I have questions for you. I can start you off.
Is this mouse up?
That's right. That mouse isn't
Oh,
working.
there we go.
Sorry. So then swipe that over to the right. The other direction. Keep going. There we go. Haha. All right. So now look into this and answer the question. Let's start with Venkat. He wants to know basic price of a beginner set. Just a total beginner question. What is the cost of getting into this?
For tracking mounts or just in general?
Here, can you sit up? I'm going to bring this up a little higher and keep it away from my hideous chair. My hideous chair with that like old blanket on it. That still I think keeps it comfortable. All right, go. The tracker mount specifically.
Okay, the tracker mount. So you can buy the original iOptron Sky Tracker for probably like $200, $300 now. That's about as cheap as you're gonna find one. The Star Adventure with all the accessories that I have, that'll be around $420, $430. The newer iOptron, the Skyguider Pro, that's also like $430, $440, right around there. If you get in the telescope mounts, the sky is the limit. But to get a basic tracking mount, I think the Skywatcher Mini, that one I think is also $300. So your basic tracking mount's going to be about $300.
And then the rest of the gear added in.
Yeah, the counterweight kit and the EQ wedge and all that stuff would be about another $150.
Okay. Kathy asked, what do you think of using 2 cameras? And you started answering that, right? And then she asked, so you wouldn't recommend using the half slew speed on the tracker?
The half slew speed. So I kind of like to call that the
the jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing. You know, you're compromising, right? So the whole idea of the half slew speed is that you can take a longer exposure and get less foreground blurriness, but your exposure is going to be limited to maybe 45 seconds, and even at half slew speed at 45 seconds, you're after that you're probably going to start getting a little bit of blurry foreground. In reality, I still think it's better to take your best sky exposure and your best foreground exposure and put them together. You're doing that, you're not compromising anything other than your time and your ability as a post processor. So I think that's, I'm not opposed to half slew, but I think, if you're somebody like me who just goes crazy with wanting only the best that they can do, then the half slew is just kind of like a compromise in that regard.
Cool. Shane asked a long time ago, quick question on modded cameras. I have struggled with variance in the white balance of each image, creating really bad stitching lines.
Yep.
Is that where Eric ran into issues?
Yep, that was definitely part of it. The color balancing with an Astro modded cam is just it. I spent all my time dealing with color balance issues, either from the filters or from light pollution or from like air glow. It was a constant battle with those color balance problems with my modded D600, and that's why I sold it. Like it got to the point where I wasn't having fun doing this anymore. I was spending all my time worrying about filters and worrying about post-processing problems. And so, I know it's not an answer that anybody wants to hear, but I think Astro modified cameras are ideally used for long focal length imaging and with telescopes. And the reason that is because when you do post-processing for that stuff, you can, like we talked about, dynamic background extraction. And that works really well with long focal length Astro. But with wide angle stuff, it just doesn't work well. It doesn't look good.
Awesome. Josh asked this recently. Let's see if you had already answered it. He wanted to talk a little bit about what do you do if there's stars or Milky Way between branches, like on trees 30 feet away? Do you have anything you worry about with those showing up between the branches?
Like I said, I do my best with the cloning, but with that kind of stuff, if it's a significant portion of your image, of your sky image, you're going to have to sacrifice image quality. I mean, at the end of the day, trying to get the Milky Way to shine through branches, you're either going to have to move your camera to the other side of the tree and take a sky shot without the tree in it, or you're just going to have to deal with the fact that you're going to have a lot of complex editing, like we kind of went through with the masking and the cloning and that kind of stuff.
Okay, sweet. Eric Bata asked, do you remember what, oh, you already answered that. Tyler Rose, one last thing with the cameras, any recommendations or lessons learned from better ISO performance? Any preferred cameras for better low light performance?
Just in general?
I think it is. Just in general, anything, lessons learned like from choosing a camera or having better ISO performance, stuff like that.
So I started with Canon, and I switched to Nikon just out of getting a free Nikon camera. I probably still have told that story about my apartment getting broken into and all my equipment getting stolen.
It's on the podcast, actually, yeah.
And my dad was a big Nikon guy, and I was a Canon guy, and my dad's like, well, you can have one of my old crappy Nikons, and ever since then I've been a Nikon guy. So I think when you get down to brass tacks, all modern DSLRs, we've kind of reached this point where sensor performance is fantastic across the board. A lot of people have whined. I bring up this example, the Canon 60 Mark II. A lot of people whined that the 60 Mark II was just garbage. But in reality, it wasn't garbage. It was just there wasn't a huge upgrade from the 6D Mark I. And that's because, manufacturers are now at the point where they're producing sensors which across the board are pretty good, but they're still trying to maintain like 4 or 5 different, I don't want to call it quality, but like standard levels. You have your entry level stuff and mid grade stuff and then professional level. So in terms of tracking mount based astrophotography, I would avoid old Canons. I do buy used cameras. I think they're the best deal on the market if you can find ones with low shutter counts. But like an old Canon sensor is going to have poor low ISO performance. It's counterintuitive, but those sensors have very high read noise when you drop below ISO 1600. The Nikons and the Sony cameras, I think, are the best on the market. There are a lot of ISO invariant Nikons and Sonys. The reason I'm not recommending Sonys right now is because of their stupid Star Eater problem.
Even with the update that's happened that they
did
say,
nothing.
you fell into nothing. I haven't tested it myself. Kirk will have to speak to that.
So all the update did was it reduced the algorithm in the green channel only, and only by 50%. So you're still having the algorithm applied to red and blue channels at the same level as it was, and the green channel, because there's 2 green pixels, right? It's RGB for your sensor array.
Oh, okay.
I'm dying to get a Sony mirrorless camera, but I will not spend that money until they freaking get off their high horse and just give us a menu option to turn it off. So Nikon went through this in 2012. They had serious Star Eater issues, and the community flocked to Canon, and that's why so many people use Canon cameras for astro purposes. And Sony's just not doing anybody any favors by
No kidding.
staunch works.
Kirk asks us, how heavy of a tripod do you use?
So when I go backpacking, I take a carbon fiber tripod that's maybe 2 pounds. But otherwise, when I'm not backpacking, I use this Manfrotto, which model is it? It's like the MTT Pro X3 or something like that. It's a pretty heavy-duty tripod. I've used the carbon fiber tripod for like longer focal length stuff, but you want a solid, you want a tripod with like a 20-pound payload capacity minimum if you're going to be using a counterweight and doing any longer focal length stuff, because vibrations will make you so angry.
I think that was a great answer, but as I look at more of these questions, I think Kirk was asking Josh that question, not even you. But it worked out great for answering something that someone else is thinking right now. So Josh has this issue. I'll read it larger, or the whole full story. I want to get an 85mm Sigma for specific Milky Way area mosaics. I'm afraid of having stitching and vibration problems with a D750 plus an 85mm lens. Tips on the support between camera and star tracker. People were asking him what kind of tripod does he use and how heavy. He says he has a tripod that supports 33 pounds. And so he goes, well, do the same thing you do for your 50, but in the 85mm for a little more detail. And so he's thinking that tips on the support between camera and star tracker, and does it do the same thing you do with your 50mm but in 85 for a little more detail? Actually, Josh, I'm not sure I understand that sentence very well. But do you have any thoughts on making sure an 85 works pretty?
So I've used the 85 and the 135 a lot.
Okay.
One of my favorite images was a mosaic with the 85, the Samyang 85. And I really want that Sigma 85, but I don't have like $1,300 laying around right now. Because that Sigma 85 is probably the best lens on the market overall right now, behind the Zeiss April Sonar 135.
I think we know what you're going to spend your workshop money on. These guys who paid you to come hang out with us today, they just bought you that lens.
Well, thank you.
Or a car, I don't know.
So for suggestions, though, one thing I will recommend is, even though your tripod has a 33-pound capacity, hang weight below it. Like what I was doing when I was doing the 150 to 600mm lens
Do you
stuff.
want your gear closer to you? I can bring it over.
It's not a big deal. I mean,
I'm going to bring it over while you talk, just because it's a nice prop.
What I was doing is I just took a free weight and I hung the weight with some bungee cords underneath the tripod, and that cut down on vibrations quite a bit. And then you can also buy vibration reduction pads, which sit. I actually brought some. Will you hand me that little brown thing? Yeah. Get some of these.
Here,
These are real cheap.
we'll bring this down a little lower, see more of your waist, see more of what you got right there in your lap. Cool.
So these go under each foot of your tripod, and basically they're like a coaster within a coaster. And the inner coaster is surrounded by a soft rubber, and it absorbs vibrations. I think I spent like $15 on these on Amazon. That helps quite a bit. And then so from basically you just want to reduce the number of connections between your tripod and your camera. I've totally Frankensteined my declination bracket with this ridiculous 3-way head. So I don't want to be like, oh yeah, this is a good idea, because if I would not use an 85 millimeter on this setup anymore, just because I've totally nuked this. And unfortunately, I can't get this dang 3-way head on off. It's like it's frozen on there, so I'm gonna have to buy another declination bracket. But what I can do is I can post a picture on the Facebook group of kind of what I did. I had that the declination platform that sits on here. Then I did that macro focusing rail directly attached to that, and that I took out all the ball head problems and stuff like that. So getting rid of as many, so like the EQ wedge sits directly on the tripod and not on like a center post extension. This has a center post extension, but it's like super rigid. And then making sure your deck bracket doesn't have a ball head there either. So yeah, I mean that's all you can really do is just making sure you have as few connections as possible between your tripod and hanging weight. Hanging weight helped a lot.
Cool. Kirk asked 35 millimeter versus the 50 millimeter lens. Discuss. And I'm gonna hand you this 50. It's a Sigma 50, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted it, but I wanted to give you a prop to hold.
For what? So I mean,
Like using it in this case, what are the benefits and cons and pros?
I think the detail you will get from the 50 is a lot more than you'll get from the 35. It doesn't sound like a huge focal length difference, but I think there is a pretty big field of view difference that results in much more detail from the 50 than the 35. The 35, I'll still use the 35 for like the full arch panos just because, if I want to get multiple shots in a night, multiple compositions, different targets and stuff like that, using just the 50 for like a 50 for a full arch pano, I'll plan on at least an hour of picture taking. The one that Aaron showed, that took 3 hours to collect all the pictures for that image.
Oh man.
So again, it's up to you. I'm somebody who went from being like, camera on a tripod. I want to take 15 different compositions each night of different things, different like foreground and sky combinations. So now I'd rather just sit down and take the long exposures and enjoy what I'm looking at. And it sounds so cheesy, but I get a lot more satisfaction of not running around and like moving my tripod and doing all this other. I'd rather just
savor that moment.
I'd rather have 3 really good pictures than like 15 mediocre pictures, kind of thing.
I hear that. So then, Josh asks, let's see, I want to go with Eden's question. I'm interested in doing deep sky objects. Is the auto guide feature of Skywatcher Tracker worth looking into?
Sure. absolutely. So, like I said, I've used the Tamron 150 to 600 millimeter lens on this mount, and the picture that he posted was me with that. And again, I can post the picture of the setup that I used for that lens because it took quite a while to figure out how to balance that lens on this.
Mm.
And then I also ended up taking like an old CD case and filling it with plaster of Paris to add more weight to the counterweight. And I used so I bought an auto guide, not an auto guide, or a guide cam and a guide scope, an Orion 50 millimeter, which I still use in my telescope. Actually, if you want, I can show that. Oh no, I don't have the guide cam with me.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We'll save it for when I come to your place.
Sure. But you'll need like a tablet or a computer to run the guiding software, unless the auto guider has its own little standalone setup. But it helps a lot. Like I said, with the 135 millimeter lens, the best I could do without the guide cam and stuff was maybe a 50% keeper rate at 2 minutes, and with the guide cam, it was essentially 100%. I could go up to like 4 minutes or so.
Sweet. Josh asks again. He basically wants to do panoramas with your technique, with the 50 millimeter in the 85 millimeter range. What do you recommend me to put between the camera and the star tracker?
Are you talking about with landscapes? Like, if I was going to do landscapes, I could probably do 85. The 85 millimeter lens weighs less than this, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. But I can't imagine the 85 millimeter lens weighs too much more than the 50. I mean, the 50 weighs a ton. And I think with the setup like this, with a leveling base, whether it's a manufactured or you use something like a three-way, and then the panorama head on top, it would work. With the 85, you'd have to be really careful about your weight balance on here. So you'd have to spend more time making sure that with the camera and everything loaded, this isn't swinging wildly around. If it is at 85 millimeters, your tracking would be pretty vulnerable to wind or anything. And then you'll get star trailing after maybe 30 seconds. But I had no problem with my Samyang 85 millimeter going up to 5 minutes. I mean, with the Star Adventure is a really stable unit with the EQ wedge and the declination bracket. The major vibrations in my setup now are with the pano head and this three-way head. So
Sweet. Claudia has joined us today, and she says it's awesome because Claudia actually joined us right today, purchased it 2 hours ago.
Oh, nice.
And now she's already part of the live feed, so it's awesome. I'm glad we kind of went late for her. She goes, any thoughts on the Olympus cameras?
Yeah, I think the new what is it? EM. Let me look at my phone.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I never know gear.
I think it's the EM Mark III.
Can you look that up? Well, no, I won't want you to answer this question without looking at the camera, so I'll wait. But John, just so you know, I see your question about the guide camera and scope setup. And Kirk has a suggestion that we make a YouTube video on your telescope setup sometime. And for astrophotography, it'd be awesome to do. So when I come over to your place in May, let's just plan on doing it. And if you can, let's swing out somewhere and take a shot. Even if it's in your backyard, and do the Andromeda Galaxy and see. We're not going to take hours of images and 30
Yeah, we can try something.
hours of processing.
Just depends on my work schedule.
That sounds fair. Even if it's just we come over to your place and I capture it, talk about it, and get you to talk about it, it'd be great.
So, I mean, the new Olympus cameras are, their sensors are great. The only downside of their sensor is it's like a 12-bit instead of 14-bit, but that's not a huge limiting factor. I mean, even the Sony A7S sensor, I think, is 12-bit also. But there's nothing wrong with those Olympus cameras. They work fantastic. And the Pentax too, the Pentax K1. I'm not a huge fan of the Astro Tracer. I think it doesn't work very well. But the Pentax cameras the K1 has a great sensor on it. So they should work fantastic for Astro. They do. I've seen examples of those cameras. So.
Sweet. John Daniel asked, what guide camera and scope setup do you use for a 135mm lens? He saw an image on your Flickr with a hot shoe guide camera and scope.
So I was using that. And that was the Orion 50mm guide scope. And then I bought, it's called like a Toup Tech. It's TOUPTEK guide cam. But actually there's a new guide scope. Let me look this up. So there's this thing called the QHY mini guide scope, and you could buy a whole setup with this little tiny guide scope and a little small guide cam that is perfect for DSLRs. It's really small, really lightweight. It's only like $150 for both, I think, and you can just slide it into the hot shoe on your DSLR, and it basically adds nothing to the weight, and it's just a very ideal for 135mm camera lens kind of stuff.
Sweet. He says thanks. And Kirk says, do you plan out just one shot at a location, or do you find yourself ending up shooting all night in one setup? Basically, when you go out, do you shoot multiple spots and one location, or do you set up with one thing in mind and you shoot there all night?
Depends on the time of year. So like I went to Bryce, and that was in February, so the Milky Way was rising maybe an hour to an hour and a half before Astro Twilight started. And so with the tracking mount, I figured best case I would get 2 compositions in each night I was there. And that was about what I got. The last night I went absolutely nuts, and I got 4, but my last picture started bleeding into Astro Twilight, so it ended up being a composite. I call it a composite, not a blend. I don't know if you've become aware of it. Just because I feel like the timing has to, if the timing between your foreground and your sky shots is too extreme, like it was in that case, then I would call it a composite, because you're talking about different lighting conditions and stuff like that. But to get back to the question, it really depends on the time of year and how much time the Milky Way is up, and then your shooting location. Like if I'm backpacking, I'm probably only going to be hiking, to a place where I can get maybe 1 or 2 compositions in a night, unless I'm feeling crazy and taking multiple lenses, which usually isn't the case. Whereas if I'm car camping and I'm driving to like Bryce or something like that, Bryce is great. You can literally pull off the road and set up your camera at half a dozen different places in the night during the summer when it's, you've got 6 hours of shooting. But I usually always plan the maximum amount of time I can for each, and that just depends on the time of year.
Time of year and location. Right on. John Daniel, going back to his other question, was I was looking at that with the Auto Guider MGN2, so no laptop.
Yeah, I haven't used the Auto Guider MGN2. I've heard tricky things about it. So I've heard that the Auto Guider can sometimes, depending on the background light levels, it can have trouble deciphering an actual star. So it'll work great if you're shooting in dark locations, but if if you're going half an hour out of town, or if you're shooting in, like, I don't know if you know what the Bortle scale is, but I wouldn't shoot in anything more light polluted than like Bortle 5, Bortle 6, and in those conditions I'm not sure the MGen2 would work great. I think if you go to cloudynights.com, they have great forums, and I'm sure you'll find better answers there than I can give you.
Okay. Cool. I put out the filler for 2 more questions only. 2 more questions only, guys, because they're going to hear that in about 20 seconds. There's no rush for you and I, so take a breather. I need to take good pictures of this. Take it with this iPhone. So before you take anything else apart, you took off one thing. It was just your camera body, right?
Yeah.
When you put your camera body back on, is that everything for at least a panel?
Mhm.
Okay, that'll be great to have a picture of. And then do you ever have it not in this position? Like, do you ever not bring your panel gear?
Well, I can't now because this dang thing is like permanently attached to
That's
the
true.
bracket. But like I said, if I'm doing anything long focal length, I just use the telescope mount.
Okay.
That's it's a whole other ball of wax.
Alright guys, I'm not seeing any replies. I'm thinking you guys are good and there won't be any more need for questions. Hit me up in the next 30 seconds if you debate that thought. Otherwise, we are packing it up. Do you have any other things that you want to say?
No, thanks for signing up. Thanks for feedback and sitting through many hours of this. I
Trust me.
hope you learned a lot. And if you have questions, I try my best to answer on Facebook and Instagram and email. It works pretty crazy right now, but
I'm going to help you see the questions that come through our group, as well as get some people to help me moderate the group and have questions that are similar, kind of be grouped up in an FAQ. Where the first post, if you click on the pinned post, you're going to see a list that's just going to continually grow. That's going to show like commonly asked questions of Eric Benedetti. Because I don't want you to have to answer them 17 times. We'll get people here in 3 months that'll get on and be like, so what should I do? Should I get the AutoGuider M Gen 2? And you've already answered that question in the Q&A, and we'll point them to, since they will have only purchased this workshop, we'll point them to that question and answer. So we're going to try and keep it as easy for you as possible to respond to everyone's questions, because you are, like I joked before this whole thing started, you are our God now. We're here to learn from you, so here we go. What was I saying? I said something about for the next 5 hours, meet your God. But I never said it on camera. Let's see, any questions come through? I had several. Mo Embry says, thanks Aaron and thanks Eric and Aaron for a great workshop, great information, and more to come, guys, more to come. Nathan says, thanks so much for the really great information. Now I just need to find the time to go and shoot. Kurt Kai says, it's been great. Thanks so much. Finding time to shoot is the harder part. You want to get fired from your job, you can get plenty of time.
Yeah, no joke. Unfortunately, I got to buy more camera equipment, so I need the job to favor my habit.
Josh says, thanks for your patience and questions, Eric. And Aiden says, thank you, Eric and Aaron. Claudia says, great job, you two. Expect to see some great work with that new Sigma lens.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a better job this year at posting when I'm going out imaging, whether it's camping or whatever. So, if you see comments maybe on this Facebook group, I'll post plans. But a lot of my stuff tends to be kind of last minute. So, for anybody in Utah, though, if you want to meet up, let me know.
Do you feel like you could schedule a listener adventure or even a paid workshop with us where we go out with you and do star tracking and teach it in person?
I can't predict that because my work schedule is like so crazy.
How much do you like your job?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
It would have to be a very lucrative option, and my job's pretty awesome. So
I can give you a very tantalizing offer, but not a lucrative offer. So I guess that's the end of that. So, hey guys, thank you so much. Oh, I'll come on this side. You guys are seeing us. Oh, you're seeing me kind of. If I wrap myself around. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, I gotta get back out of that. We're gonna close out from this live feed. Let me. Oh, you know what? I am not in the actual. I don't have that up. I think it's on your side. Can you go up there and hit the closeout, guys? We're gonna end. Can you move the mouse up to the top of the screen? And 2 fingers will scroll it up if you push it.
oh my gosh.
Sorry. And hit the stop streaming. Thanks, guys. And okay.